Chapter 6135. As soon as Linny arrived at the entrance of the pill hall, Li Xiaoyi quickly walked out to greet him. She had probably waited for a long time, and her eagerness was evident. "Linny, have you finished your business? Can we go now?" Li Xiaoyi didn't avoid the disciples at the entrance of the pill hall. They didn't know what she was talking about anyway. "Yes, are you ready?" Linny nodded, but he felt that his question was a little redundant. Looking at Li Xiaoyi's expression, he knew that she had already prepared everything. Sure enough, Li Xiaoyi smiled. "Of course, I'm waiting for you." After she finished speaking, she casually took out an exquisite whistle and blew into it. The clear sound of the whistle rang out, and a flying spiritual beast with a wingspan of over 10 meters immediately flew over from the back of the pill hall and landed steadily on the street in front of the door. In the central area of Middle Island, flying spiritual beasts were basically forbidden, but this was only for ordinary cultivators and foreign cultivators. The top forces were not in this category, and the pill hall was naturally one of the top forces. "Are we going on a flying spiritual beast?" Linny originally wanted to say that his flying saucer would be faster, but Li Xiaoyi had already arranged everything, so the flying saucer would be a backup choice. "Yes, I heard that you've been there on a flying spiritual beast before. There should be no problem this time, right?" Li Xiaoyi said as she boarded the flying spiritual beast and called Lin Yi to hurry up. The disciples at the door were a little stunned. Master Li Xiaoyi used to give people the impression that he was very aloof and arrogant. Although he wasn't the kind of person who kept people 1,000 miles away, it was indeed difficult to get close to him. What was going on today? Not only was he talking and laughing, but he even took the initiative to invite others to ride on a flying spiritual beast. Who was that guy? How could he be so favored by Master Li Xiaoyi? Well, in fact, some of them knew Lin Yi and knew that he was one of the few alchemy masters in Middle Island. Speaking of which, he was similar to Li Xiaoyi. They were both alchemy geniuses, so they became friends. Naturally, Lin Yi didn't know what the disciple at the door was thinking. He nodded and got on the flying spirit beast. After they took off, he casually asked, "Little junior sister, how did you know that I rode a flying spirit beast to the South Continent before? Your heroic deeds have spread far and wide. I just need to ask around a little to find out." Li Xiaoyi smiled faintly. Lin Yi, however, felt that this strange girl was clearly talking nonsense. Perhaps many people knew that he was going to the South Continent, but not many people knew that he was going to the South Continent on a flying spirit beast. However, it didn't matter. It wasn't a secret, and she knew it. Flying in the air with Li Xiaoyi to the South Continent, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of Huang Xiaotao. He wondered how she was doing now. Last time, the two of them flew to the South Continent like this. At that time, they had just broken through to the early stage of Gold Core, and their divine senses were not very strong. Now that they thought about it, they were really lucky to arrive safely. "Lin Yi, you have the route map and compass to the South Continent, don't you? If not, I have prepared it here. Do you want to take a look?" Looking at the vast and endless sea in front of her, Li Xiaoyi suddenly became a little worried. This was the first time she had flown so far away, so she couldn't help but ask Lin Yi, wanting to find some sense of security from his words. "No, my route map and compass from last time are still here. With the speed of this flying spirit beast, if everything goes well, we can reach the Weiqian Sea in about 6 or 7 days." Lin Yi woke up from his memories and said casually. Then he smiled faintly. "Junior sister, shouldn't you call me senior brother? It's fine when there are outsiders here, but it's only the two of us. Isn't it inappropriate to call my name so directly? Whether it's senior brother or not, we'll talk about it after I see Master." Li Xiaoyi snorted lightly and turned her head proudly, ignoring Lin Yi. However, talking to Lin Yi made her feel a lot more relaxed. "When will the rest of the people from the pill hall set off?" Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't argue with her. Instead, he asked about the competitors this time. Actually, it was mainly the people from the Zheng family. This time, they were going to explore the ruins obediently. It was fine if everyone competed fairly, but if they still caused trouble with Lin Yi all day, they would really be courting death. Even the pill hall couldn't protect their reputation. They will probably set off tomorrow or the day after. This group of cowards is afraid of getting lost in the sea fog, so they are going to take a treasure ship to the South Continent. If we are faster, we might be able to finish exploring the ruins before they arrive. Li Xiaoyi's face was full of disdain. The reason why she was unwilling to move with the people from the pill hall, other than the few people from the Zheng family, was mainly because of this. Going out to explore but being afraid of danger and being overcautious, wasn't it better to stay at home and cultivate in seclusion? Running out to make a fool of yourself. Whether it was cultivation or alchemy, opportunities were extremely important. Without opportunities, there was naturally nothing to say. However, if you didn't work hard to grasp opportunities and couldn't improve yourself, then you deserved it. If it could really be so fast, why didn't you say 10 or 20 days when you came to find me? Why did you say 1 or 2 months? Lin Yi shook his head and muttered in a low voice. Without waiting for Li Zhaoyi to refute, he continued to ask, "Where exactly is the ancient alchemist's ruins? Don't tell me it's on the South Island." Li Zhaoyi turned around and looked at Lin Yi as if she was looking at an idiot. After a while, she said lightly, "The South Island has been the world of the spirit beasts since ancient times, and the spirit beasts have the lowest demand for elixirs. Which alchemist do you think would be so idiotic as to go to the spirit beast's territory to open up his own cave abode?" Lin Yi was speechless. This was very reasonable, and he actually had nothing to say. However, after saying so much, could she tell him the specific location? After a slight pause, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Li Zhaoyi's eyes, but her pretty face still remained expressionless. It's not convenient to tell you the specific location now. When we reach the South Continent, you will naturally know. If you say so, can I assume that you actually don't know where the ruins are? Lin Yi looked at Li Zhaoyi suspiciously. This weird girl was really weird. Could it be that she really didn't know and planned to slowly look for clues in the South Continent? How is that possible? Do you think I'm very idle? Of course I go only because I know the specific location. Li Zhaoyi raised her decibel a little, but in Lin Yi's view, it was a performance of being fierce in appearance but weak in heart. If you know, just say it. Otherwise, I don't even know the location. I don't want to take unnecessary risks. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Although it was a little shameless to scare her like this, he could only use strange methods to deal with this weird girl. Chapter 61-36. Lin Yi pricked up his ears and pretended to be listening attentively. I really don't know the specific location yet, but it will be displayed when we reach South Continent. Li Zhaoyi was a little guilty. She said that, but she couldn't guarantee whether it would really be displayed when the time came. Where will it be displayed? Lin Yi looked as if he had expected it. He stretched out his hand in front of Li Zhaoyi and motioned for her to take out the thing to have a look. Li Zhaoyi pouted slightly and reluctantly took out a palm-sized jade plate. It was blank and there was nothing on it. What is this? Lin Yi took it and looked at it. He even used his divine sense to penetrate into it, but he didn't find anything useful. Li Zhaoyi's eyes wandered. She looked left and right but didn't look at Lin Yi. Finally, she felt uncomfortable being stared at by him and finally said, "This is the location plate of the relic. As long as we reach the South Continent Sea, it will display the specific location of the relic. Don't think that there is nothing on it now, but it will naturally display the sea map of South Continent." Then why are you so sure that the relic is not on the South Island? Lin Yi was speechless. He originally thought that Li Zhaoyi, this weird girl, was at most a little weird. He didn't expect her to be so unreliable. Didn't I say it before? Who would go to the territory of the spirit beasts to build a cave abode? Li Zhaoyi argued boldly. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he waved his hand and let it go. What is the effective range of this location plate? The entire South Continent Sea? Or is it only a small sea area, such as the Y-Arc Sea area, Jinduan Sea area, and so on? Or even smaller, only the size of a city? Lin Yi felt that Li Zhaoyi was a little unreliable, so he had to figure out this key point first. Li Zhaoyi paused, and her eyes began to wander again. Lin Yi sighed softly. Well, it was clear without asking. This unreliable weird girl couldn't figure out the range at all. Was her plan to take out the location plate and fly around the entire sea area until the information was displayed? Junior sister. Now I know that 1 or 2 months was definitely an underestimation. If there was a problem with the compass, let alone 1 or 2 months, it would take 1 or 2 years to find the place. Do the other people in the pill hall also have this kind of compass? Lin Yi slapped his forehead. He wondered if this kind of compass needed to be placed together for it to be effective. If that was really the case, he would have to find the Zheng clan's people to help him. Just thinking about it was quite annoying. Yes, they also have one, but according to the records, these two are exactly the same, so there's no difference between having one and two. Li Zhaoyi finally heard a question that she could answer, and she couldn't help but feel a little happy. Linny heaved a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to look for the Zheng clan to cooperate. Otherwise, he would really be afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in and would directly snatch it away. That would be too embarrassing for the Dan Hall. I'll believe you this time. Take the compass. Let's talk about the rest when we reach the South Continent. Linny handed the jade plate back to Li Zhaoyi. He didn't have much hope for this relic search. It was better to do what Shanghai Tianhua asked him to do first and then accompany her to look for it. Li Zhaoyi probably felt that she was in the wrong. She put away the compass embarrassedly and didn't know what to say for a while, so the two of them fell into a long silence. In the first 1 or 2 days, there wouldn't be much sea fog, and the flying spiritual beasts could tell the direction by themselves. When they reached the area filled with sea fog, they would have to rely on Lin Yi to control and guide the way forward. Lin Yi, who had already experienced it once, was not worried about this. Now his strength was not comparable to that of the little early stage of the Gold Core realm. Even without the compass, his powerful divine sense could ensure that he wouldn't get lost. Since the two of them had nothing to say for a while, Lin Yi simply sat cross-legged on the back of the flying spiritual beast and began to cultivate. After getting the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid, he hadn't used it well, taking advantage of the 1 or 2 days before entering the dense sea fog area. He was going to use a drop of the Xianhai soul-condensing liquid to try to strengthen his spirit. If his spirit could break through, his strength level would naturally rise. Once he entered the mountain opening period, he would be more confident in his trip to the South Continent. On the other side, on the 3rd day after Lin Yi left, Han Jingjing successfully made the first batch of automatic alchemy furnaces. After sending them to the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce in Zhongdao, they began to sell them in a high-profile manner. If the appearance of the automatic alchemy furnaces of the medicine sect caused a sensation in Zhongdao, then the automatic alchemy furnaces of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce directly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire Zhongdao. You want to refine pills, but you're not an alchemist? It doesn't matter. As long as you're a cultivator and have enough true qi, you can fulfill your dream of being an alchemist. For pills below the 5th grade of yellow rank, you don't need an alchemist. All you need is the automatic alchemy furnaces of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. Everything is not a problem. This news almost spread throughout the entire Zhongdao at the speed of a single spark setting a prairie ablaze. In the blink of an eye, the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was surrounded by a crazy crowd. Especially after seeing the live demonstration, no one could remain calm. What? The price of the automatic alchemy furnaces of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce is the same as that of the medicine sect? Are you kidding me? I'll pay double the price, give me one. Outside the Tiandan Pavilion, a late Gold Core realm cultivator was filled with righteous indignation and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, he couldn't squeeze in at all. It was useless even if he shouted himself hoarse. In front of him, there were many cultivators in the great perfection of the Gold Core realm and the nascent Soul realm. If they couldn't squeeze in, who was he? You want to buy such an artifact with double the price? Get lost, pauper. I'll pay 5 times the price. A cultivator in the great perfection of the Gold Core realm directly reached out and pulled him away from behind, shouting at the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. For a moment it seemed to have become the scene of an auction, and it was the craziest kind of auction. As long as Shangwani was willing, this batch of automatic alchemy furnaces could definitely be sold at a sky-high price. Although the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce and the medicine sect seemed to have similar things, with only a slight difference. One needed an alchemist while the other did not. But it was this slight difference that made the two completely different. Chapter 6137. When the cultivators who were blocked outside saw Shangwani come out to speak and no one could enter the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, they gradually quietened down. However, the eagerness in their eyes would not dissipate no matter what. Thank you, everyone. I'll make it short so that I don't waste everyone's time. Shangwani smiled and was extremely satisfied. When he was the vice president of the Universal Chamber of Commerce, there was never such a glorious scene. Sure enough, Leaving the Universal Chamber of Commerce and following Lin Yi was the best choice. First of all, the automatic alchemy furnace is a product that Tiandam Pavilion has developed and produced. Therefore, there will be sufficient supply in the future. You don't have to fight for it. The earlier you play with it, the later you buy it. In fact, there's not much difference. Shangwani calmed himself down and gave everyone a reassurance to avoid any malicious incidents when they fought for the automatic alchemy furnace. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, but it subsided immediately. It did not affect Shangwani's speech. Although the Heavenly Dan Pavilion's Chamber of Commerce had promised to provide a sufficient supply of automatic alchemy furnaces, everyone wanted to buy one first before doing anything else. Everything was just an empty promise. What if something unexpected happened and the Heavenly Dan Pavilion's Chamber of Commerce said that they had no way of supplying? Therefore, they still had to fight for it. There was no need to be polite. Today, we are selling the first batch of 20 automatic alchemy furnaces. We have already sold 2, so there are only 18 left. In other words, only 18 people here today can buy it. Those who can't buy it will have to wait for the second batch tomorrow. Here, I would like to apologize to everyone. I'm really sorry. The production is limited. After the technological innovation, there might be a significant increase. Shangwani looked regretful, but in fact he was smiling happily in his heart. It was a pity that he could not show it. He could only be happy secretly. The first batch that Han Jingjing had sent was indeed only 20. At first, Shangwani felt that it was too little, but later on, he felt that these 20 would perhaps cause more people to fight over it than if he had directly put in 200. It was precisely because there were so few of them that they were even more precious. Even if they couldn't buy them immediately, it didn't matter if they had to wait in line. Shangwani had never heard of hunger marketing, but what he was doing now was the essence of hunger marketing. As for the price, we are determined to maintain the original price. We will absolutely not raise the price. Also, we must state that the automatic alchemy furnace we sell will register the buyer's information. Within 30 days of sale, resale is prohibited. Within these 30 days, only the buyer can use it. If you want to resell it, you must wait until 30 days have passed. At that time, the restriction will be lifted and anyone can use it. Shangwani truly admired Han Jingjing's genius. She could even consider such small details. In this way, it would completely prevent people from maliciously buying and then selling at a higher price. The 30-day restriction period was not a hindrance to those who actually bought it, but to those who wanted to resell it for a huge profit, it was a disaster. Since the Tiandam Pavilion Chamber of Commerce sells automatic alchemy furnaces every day, who would wait 30 days to buy the one in your hands? At most, they would have to wait 2 more days. Lastly, after using our automatic alchemy furnace for a period of time, the internal components of the furnace need to be replaced. The cost isn't high, and buyers with registered information can enjoy a free replacement opportunity once a year. If you buy it from someone else and don't register, you won't have a free chance and will have to pay for it yourself. Shangwani spared no effort to crack down on scalpers. With such a measure, those who wanted to sell it would probably consider it carefully. President Shang, these are not important. I just want to know, how are the 18 automatic alchemy furnaces sold today? Don't tell me that the ones in front of me can buy it directly? A cultivator who was closer to the middle asked loudly. His position was around the 20th place, and it would be the end of the day before it was his turn to start the next round. Of course, the ones in front of me will buy it first. First come, first served. It's a matter of course. If you want it, please come early tomorrow. The 2 cultivators in front of him shouted loudly. According to the order, he would be able to buy it today, so he had to firmly support this method. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this advantage? However, the people in the back were the majority after all. If they really bought it in order, who knew when it would be their turn? For a moment, the people in the back began to clamor, trying to fight for a chance for themselves. Shangwani raised his hands and made a pressing gesture to signal the people below to be quiet. Then he smiled and said, "The friends in front of me will have some advantages, but the friends in the back can't be at a disadvantage. So we thought of a way. It can't be said to be perfect, but it can take care of most of our friends." "What is it?" "President Shang, just say it. I'm so anxious." Someone shouted, and it was echoed by a large number of people. Only the 18 people in front were very dissatisfied. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the back, and it was useless no matter how dissatisfied they were. It's very simple. We'll use the method of drawing lots to decide the purchase quota today. Whether we can buy it or not depends on everyone's luck. Of course, the higher the rank, the higher the probability of getting it. As for the specific method, please read the explanation of the rules here. Shangwani stood to the side slightly, and two staff from the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce immediately spread out a large cotton cloth. A sharp-eyed and quick-witted person had already read the rules on it out loud. In the first round of drawing lots, the 3 people in front will draw lots first. 1 out of 3 will get it, and the 2 people who don't get it in the first round will draw lots together. 1 out of 5 will get it, and the 4 people who don't get it will be postponed to the 3rd round. They will draw lots together with the people in the 7th, 8th, and 9th round. 1 out of 7 will get it, and so on. There will be 2 more lots for each round, and the probability of winning will decrease accordingly. However, each person only has 3 chances to draw lots. Chapter 61:38. The only regret was that the number of people who could draw lots in a day was no more than 70 or 80. Those who were behind this number could only come early tomorrow. After the rules were announced, the voices of dissatisfaction suddenly decreased a lot. After all, they did have a chance, and it was better than directly following the order. If people who were behind 70 or 80 had objections, they would probably be embarrassed. After all, no one felt qualified to say that they wanted to buy the furnace. It was foreseeable that for a long time in the future, even if the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was closed, there would be many people waiting in line in front of the door. There were even professions that specialized in lining up for benefits. Anyway, everyone was a practitioner, and it didn't matter if they meditated on the street for a few days. In the central area of Zhongdao, safety could also be guaranteed. After everyone was clear about this rule, Shangwani announced the start of today's draw. No matter whether anyone had different opinions or not, the decision made by the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce would not be changed. Unhappy? See you later. The cultivators who had won the lottery were naturally ecstatic when they bought the automatic alchemy furnace. As for the people behind them, regardless of whether they had the chance or not, they were full of envy and jealousy. Those who had the chance to draw were rubbing their palms together, hoping that they could win the lottery. Those who didn't have the chance to draw the lottery were already planning to queue up overnight and fight for a good spot the next day. At the same time, they could find a few more people to help them queue up together. If all the people who signed the lottery were on their side, wouldn't they be able to win the lottery? It had to be said that when these people started to think carefully, they were really strong. In the medicine sect opposite the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Dongxing's face was livid. He walked back and forth in the room and couldn't help but drop something. Zhang Tianqing and Zhang Dongjue had set off for South State. The Tiandan Pavilion suddenly launched a new automatic alchemy furnace, and the medicine sect instantly became deserted. In fact, it was not correct to say that. There were still a lot of people in front of the door, but they had completely changed direction. The automatic alchemy furnace of the medicine sect was still in business. After all, the price and function were the same, and the alchemists who could condense the alchemy fire would mostly choose the automatic alchemy furnace of the medicine sect. The problem was how many alchemists were there in total in Zhongdao? How many ordinary practitioners were there? 1 to 100 was definitely more than 1 to 1,000. The famous medicine sect had already sold a lot of automatic alchemy furnaces, and the market for alchemists was almost saturated. After being attacked by the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, their business naturally plummeted. No, this matter needs to be solved by the center. They take most of the profits and they can't just leave everything to the wind. I'll go look for them myself. Zhang Dongshang couldn't take it anymore, and finally decided to look for Kong Mingming to discuss a solution. Although Kong Mingming mainly contacted Zhang Tianqing before, after all, Zhang Dongshang had also talked with him, so it was reasonable for him to discuss with him this time. However, before Zhang Dongshang could go out, Kong Mingming secretly came to find him in a cloak. "Shopkeeper Kong, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you." When Zhang Dongshang saw Kong Mingming, he was overjoyed. This meant that he was not the only one who was anxious about the automatic alchemy furnace of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, and Kong Mingming was also anxious. "I knew you would look for me, so I came to you first." Kong Mingming waved his hand and sat down honestly, as if he was the owner here, and motioned for Zheng Dongsheng to sit down and talk. Zheng Dongsheng didn't care about these trivial things. He quickly sat down and asked, "The automatic alchemy furnace of the Tundan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce has nothing to do with you, right?" In terms of function, both sides were basically the same, and it was absolutely not a problem to say that they were of the same origin, so Zheng Dongsheng asked this. If he didn't know that Kong Mingming also wanted to mess with Lin Yi, he would even guess that the automatic alchemy furnace of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was also provided by the Central Chamber of Commerce. After all, in addition to the automatic alchemy furnace, there were many similar products sold by the Central Chamber of Commerce. Kong Mingming coughed slightly. Zheng Dongsheng's guess was quite accurate. The automatic alchemy furnace of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was indeed related to the automatic alchemy furnace of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, but the relationship was not as Zheng Dongsheng thought. Strictly speaking, the Central Chamber of Commerce was the one who copied other people's products. Now that the genuine one appeared, they directly destroyed the pirated one. What are you thinking? Of course it has nothing to do with us. Even if it has something to do with us, it is because they imitated us. Kong Mingming said shamelessly, and then stretched out his fingers to knock on the table a few times. Zheng Dongsheng didn't know what Kong Mingming wanted to say, so he could only put on a posture of listening attentively, gesturing him to continue. "Let's not talk about this for now. You immediately think of a way to get 1 or 2 automatic alchemy furnaces of the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. I want to bring them back for research. As the genuine ones, we will definitely be able to figure out the key points very soon, and then we can target them specifically." Kong Mingming's words were dignified, but only he knew the truth. Zheng Dongsheng didn't doubt him. After all, on the Heaven Stage Island, the automatic alchemy furnace of the Central Chamber of Commerce appeared first, so it was normal for him to think that the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce was imitating the Central Chamber of Commerce. Someone came to report that there are not many things in stock. The first batch is only 20, so it is not easy to get them. You see, they have already started to draw lots to decide the buyer, so it is useless for me to go and queue up now. Zheng Dongsheng frowned slightly, and looked in the direction of the Tiandan Pavilion with embarrassment. "That is why I asked you to think of a way to get one. Could it be that you can only think of queuing up to buy it? Swindle, kidnap, steal, rob, anything. You just need to hurry up and find what I want," Kong Xiaoming said confidently, as if this was something that Zheng Dongsheng should do in the first place. There was even a hint of contempt in this guy's eyes, as if he thought that Zheng Dongsheng should have done these things long ago, instead of waiting for him to instruct him. It was obviously opposite the Tiandan Pavilion, but he didn't know how to do such a basic thing. Didn't he know what it meant to know oneself and know the enemy, and be invincible in 100 battles? Zheng Dongsheng was very depressed, but he had to admit that what Kong Mingming said was still somewhat fallacious. It was too difficult to get an automatic alchemy furnace through the formal way, and he didn't want to support the sales of the Tiandan Pavilion. Wasn't it just swindle, cheat, steal, and rob? It seemed that everyone knew how to do it. "I understand, I will arrange this matter." Zheng Dongsheng nodded and immediately walked to the door. He called a disciple of the famous medicine sect and told him in a low voice to keep an eye on the gate and record all the people who drew lots. As long as they were not from big families or forces, they could be potential targets. Chapter 6139. After Zheng Dongsheng arranged everything, Kong Mingming stood up and said faintly, "That's it for now. I will go back and wait for your news. I hope you can give me a reply as soon as possible." "Shopkeeper Kong, rest assured I will do my best," Zheng Dongsheng said with some discomfort in his heart as he cupped his fist slightly. No matter what, he was also a distinguished senior alchemist. It would be strange if he was happy to be bossed around by a young boy like Kong Mingming. If it weren't for the Central Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't have been able to tolerate this. Kong Mingming's face under the cloak flashed a trace of disdain. He did not even raise his hands, turned around and walked out directly, leaving Zheng Dongsheng to maintain the posture of cupping his hands, with a slight anger in his eyes. No matter how unhappy he was, Zheng Dongsheng couldn't show it. The cooperation between the Central Chamber of Commerce and the medicine sect was not an equal relationship from the beginning. He could only blame himself for being ignored by Kong Mingming. He still had to do what he should do. After half a day, The lottery for the Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce finally ended. Those who bought the automatic alchemy furnace were naturally overjoyed. Those who didn't could only blame their bad luck. Then they stood in the same place like a nail and refused to leave the gate of the Tiandan Pavilion even if they were beaten to death. Shangwani was also helpless. This was going to affect the sales of his other products. However, it would not make sense for him to chase everyone away. He could only make a compromise and create a queue in front of the door. Then, he would give up the remaining space. At the very least, it would allow the customers to enter and exit the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. No one had any opinion on this. It was beneficial for everyone to be able to regulate the queue. Otherwise, if they rushed up in a mess, everyone would have no guarantee. The shop assistant from the famed medicine sect gave Zheng Dongsheng a name list. On it were the names of the 5 lucky people who had bought an automatic alchemy furnace. They were all people without any background or foundation. It was pure luck that they were able to draw the lot. Because of the 30-day restriction period of Tiandan Pavilion, except for the medicine sect and the center, it was unlikely that these 5 people would be targeted. However, it could not be ruled out that some families or sects could not buy an automatic alchemy furnace, so they simply recruited them. Although their own strength was not very good, with an automatic alchemy furnace, it was equivalent to having a 5th-grade alchemist, which was very cost-effective. Zheng Dongsheng had already made arrangements. After getting the name list, he immediately sent people to contact the 5 lucky people. Swindling, bluffing, threatening, and enticing them, he used every means possible. With great difficulty, he obtained 2 of the automatic alchemy furnaces and quickly sent people to the Central Chamber of Commerce. However, before nightfall, a message came from Kong Mingming, asking Zheng Dongsheng to continue collecting the automatic alchemy furnaces of Tiandan Pavilion, and the cost would be deducted from the Central Chamber of Commerce's share. Zheng Dongsheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Central Chamber of Commerce's share would be taken away every day. There was no new business at all. How could there be a cut? This little bastard was finding a way to squeeze him dry. In the central area of Middle Island, Zheng Dongsheng did not dare to do anything like stealing and robbing, so he paid a great price for the 2 automatic alchemy furnaces. Now that Kong Mingming still wanted them, Zheng Dongsheng could only pinch his nose and send people to the opposite side in disguise. If they could buy a position in front, it would be okay. It was much less than the cost after the fact. The reason why the center continued to ask for the automatic alchemy furnaces of Tiandan Pavilion was that 2 were not enough. After getting them, the technicians of the center prepared to dismantle one first and reverse deduce the structure of the automatic alchemy furnace. However, just as they removed a panel, the most high-tech control device made a soft sound, and wisps of green smoke floated up. The magical automatic alchemy furnace became an ordinary alchemy furnace. Miss Luan, the automatic alchemy furnace of Tiandan Pavilion Chamber of Commerce, has an anti-dismantling device. Our technological strength is not enough to crack it. Why don't we teleport back to the secular world and let the people there dismantle it? The technicians reported expressionlessly. Their main research direction was biological genes. Pure electronic technology was indeed not comparable to that of the secular world. Luan Xiaoru did not think much about it and agreed with his proposal. The remaining one was sent to the wormhole to be teleported to the secular world. However, this automatic alchemy furnace could not be teleported at all. It was only decomposed into particles at the entrance of the wormhole. Then it was forcibly reorganized and thrown back. Everyone stared at this lump of metal dumbfounded. How could they still see the appearance of an automatic alchemy furnace? Since the wormhole was opened, such a thing had never happened. It was really unbelievable. After receiving the notice, Luan Xiaoru personally rushed to the entrance of the wormhole. When she saw the lump of metal, her expression was extremely solemn. That little girl Han Jingjing's research on wormholes has reached such a level. Not only can she destroy teleportation, but she can even forcibly interfere with the reorganization of objects. Her existence is already our biggest trouble. Luan Xiaoru sighed softly and shook her head slightly. Han Jingjing's technological ability had already exceeded the control of the center. Automatic alchemy furnaces were just small tricks. It did not matter how well they sold. However, the wormhole was different. Luan Xiaoru was even considering whether to kill Han Jingjing at all costs. Unfortunately, She also knew that killing Han Jingjing was basically no different from killing Lin Yi. It was really not a good idea to do it for the time being. Miss Luan, the medicine sect has sent 2 more automatic alchemy furnaces of Tiandan Pavilion. Should we continue to try teleportation? A technician from the center bowed and reported. He could see that Luan Xiaoru was not in a good mood, so he did not dare to speak too loudly. Without cracking the wormhole technology in the automatic alchemy furnace, do you think teleportation will work? Send them all for research. No matter how damaged they are, they must dismantle this automatic alchemy furnace. Luan Xiaoru ordered coldly and then turned to leave. Regarding Han Jingjing's matter, she still had to think about how to deal with it. As for the medicine sect, they were just a small role anyway. Let them fend for themselves. The miserable Zheng Dongsheng did not know that he was no different from a speck of dust in the eyes of the center. However, when he received a notice that more automatic alchemy furnaces of Tiandan Pavilion were needed, he really wanted to die. If others knew that the competitor, the medicine sect, had repeatedly bought the products of Tiandan Pavilion, it was almost time to take down the brand of the medicine sect and burn it. In contrast, the money lost in the purchase process was not a big deal. When Nakajima fell into the frenzy of buying automatic alchemy furnaces, the flying spirit beast that Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi rode had been flying in the thick sea fog for 2 days. Chapter 6140. Under the influence of the sea fog, an ordinary person's divine sense was almost the same as the range of vision, and the range of vision in the sea fog was at most 3 to 5 meters in front of them. However, Lin Yi was not in this category at all. In fact, the strength of Li Zhaoyi's divine sense was also very strong, but it was much worse than Lin Yi's, so most of the risks that had been avoided were not felt by her. Lin Yi, why has it been so peaceful along the way? We haven't encountered any danger at all? It's completely different from the legends. We haven't lost our way, have we? After the initial awkwardness, the relationship between Li Zhaoyi and Lin Yi finally returned to normal, and they spoke much more casually. Why do you want to encounter any danger? No problem, I'll fulfill your wish immediately. Lin Yi smiled faintly. This strange girl really had nothing better to do. Wouldn't it be better to travel safely? You know that's not what I mean. Li Zhaoyi turned her head and gave Lin Yi a dirty look. After the two became familiar with each other, her expression was also much richer, no longer the cold poker face that she had when they first met. Don't worry, the direction is correct. In 2 days at most, we can reach the periphery of the Wayark Sea in the southern continent. I hope your directional disc can be used there. Lin Yi looked at Li Zhaoyi playfully. If the jade disc could be used in the Wayark Sea, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, this kind of heaven-defying luck was probably unlikely to happen so easily, right? Li Zhaoyi's pretty face blushed slightly. She felt a little guilty at the mention of this matter, so she could only snort softly and deliberately turn her head to raise her chin, pretending to be arrogant and disdainful to avoid this topic. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He did not continue to speak, but controlled the flying spirit beast to slightly adjust the angle of its advance. In his divine sense, there was a flying ferocious bird circling in the sea fog 5 miles away. Originally, he could have avoided it, but since Li Zhaoyi felt that there was no danger and was bored, he decided to find it to relieve his boredom. From the aura emitted by the flying ferocious bird, it could be judged that its strength was not strong. It should have just broken through to the early stage of the profound ascension stage, and it would not be a problem to say that it was slightly stronger than the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. For ordinary cultivators, it was an extremely dangerous existence, especially in this kind of sea mist, where it would naturally have an attribute increase. But in the eyes of Lin Yi, even if it was at the early stage of the mountain opening stage, it was not a big deal, let alone a mere early stage of the profound ascension stage. After getting a little closer, Li Zhaoyi also sensed the existence of the flying beast. Turning his head, he said in surprise, "There's a flying beast in front of us. You didn't fly over on purpose, did you? Little junior sister is really smart. I want to see how the fighting power of this kind of flying ferocious bird that lives in the sea mist is. If we encounter one with the same strength as us, should we run away or try to fight?" Lin Yi said nonsense with a serious face. If he said that he found the flying ferocious bird because he saw that she had nothing to do and wanted to find something for her to do, maybe Li Zhaoyi would kick him off the flying spirit beast. Li Zhaoyi looked at Lin Yi suspiciously. She always felt that these words were not very credible, but it sounded somewhat reasonable. She couldn't find a reason to refute it. Before she could figure it out, the flying ferocious bird had already discovered the approaching flying spirit beast. It immediately flapped its wings and silently pierced through the sea mist. It drew a perfect arc in the sky as it prepared to launch a sneak attack from the side. Unfortunately, Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyi's divine sense could ignore the obstruction of the sea mist. The sneak attack of this flying ferocious bird looked like a joke. It's quite cunning. Little junior sister, why don't you try to deal with it first? Lin Yi smiled faintly and suggested calmly. On the surface, Li Xiaoyi and the flying ferocious bird were evenly matched. However, considering that the fighting power of the flying ferocious bird was stronger than that of a human cultivator of the same level, and that they were in a special environment like the sea mist, its real fighting power was 1 or 2 levels higher than what it looked like on the surface. Li Xiaoyi was a little eager to try, but after hearing what Lin Yi said, she was a little reluctant. Why should I try just because you told me to? I'm not interested. You go get rid of it and we'll hurry on our way. Li Xiaoyi's Tsundra personality flared up. She turned her head to the side and said coldly with a pout, "Well, since you're not interested, forget it." Lin Yi shrugged, and when the flying ferocious bird approached, he casually shot out a lightning arc. With a slight crackling sound, the flying ferocious bird, which thought that it was moving as stealthy as a ghost, was caught off guard and hit the lightning arc head-on. Then its whole body turned black and smoked, and it fell down with a shrill scream. Although Lin Yi did not kill it, before the numbness caused by the lightning arc disappeared, it would definitely fall into the sea. In this sea region filled with sea mist, there were powerful sea beasts everywhere. Without the strength of the mountain opening stage or even the earth opening stage, they were not even qualified to divide their territory. It could be foreseen that after the flying ferocious bird fell into the sea, it would meet a miserable end. Li Xiaoyi's face was very dismissive, but in fact, she admired Lin Yi's strength very much. They were both young people, and both had the title of genius, but whether it was strength or alchemy, he seemed to be able to firmly suppress her. With this guy accompanying her, Li Xiaoyi inexplicably felt at ease. There was a slight splash below, and the flying ferocious bird fell into the sea. It was unknown whether it could still fly alive. Lin Yi patted the flying spirit beast lightly and smiled. "Buddy, hurry up and get out of here, lest you get besieged." As he spoke, Lin Yi's divine sense had already scanned that there were several flying ferocious birds surrounding them. They should be attracted by the cry of their companion who fell into the sea. There were high and low strengths, ranging from the early stage of nascent soul stage to the great perfection of profound ascension stage. It was no wonder that this sea mist was regarded as a natural moat. Once the flying spirit beast was lost in the sea mist, sooner or later, it would become the meal of these flying ferocious birds. Lin Yi was a little scared when he thought about it now. At that time, he and Huang Xiaotao were really ignorant and fearless. They were able to pass through safely. Their luck was simply invincible. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the flying spirit beast of Dan Hall flapped its wings, and its speed increased by 2 times again, rolling up the thick sea mist around it. Following the guidance of Lin Yi, it flashed through the gap of the encirclement that was about to close. "Lin Yi, my compass has failed." Li Xiaoyi didn't know whether Lin Yi was flying in the right direction, so she took out the sea chart compass to check the route, but found that they had entered the magnetic field area of the sea mist. The pointer on the compass was spinning randomly, and it couldn't indicate the direction at all. Chapter 6141. Li Xiaoyi's slightly flustered mood suddenly calmed down. Sure enough, asking Lin Yi to go to the South Continent with her was the right choice. His calm and collected look was easy to infect her. As long as he was there, it seemed that any problem could be easily solved. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyi's heart was inexplicably flustered again, but this time it was completely different from before, because she found that she seemed to have unknowingly developed an inexplicable sense of dependence on Lin Yi, which suddenly made her feel a little overwhelmed. Lin Yi did not notice Li Xiaoyi's sudden silence, only thinking that she was still worried about the failure of the compass. Anyway, there had been this kind of cold situation between the two from time to time these days, so he did not doubt it at all. The last time he went to the South Continent with Huang Xiaotao, they did not encounter a situation where the magnetic field was chaotic. Lin Yi said that it was okay, but in fact his heart was a little heavy. Fortunately, his divine sense was still effective, and he finally passed through this area without any danger. For the rest of the way, Li Xiaoyi was even more silent than before, as if she had returned to her cold temperament when they first met. Lin Yi took the initiative to speak several times, but he did not get any decent answer, so he simply hurried on with his journey. After more than a day, they finally flew out of the thick sea fog area, and there was a feeling of sudden clarity in their divine sense and vision. We are very close to the Wuxia waters. Look at those black spots in the distant sky. They are the flying spirit beasts ridden by the cultivators of the Wuxia waters. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. For more than a day, the two had not spoken much. Now that they were in the South Continent, was she still not going to speak? This weird girl was really weird, falling into such a low mood for no reason at all. Lin Yi really didn't know what was going on. Well, we are finally in the South Continent. Li Xiaoyi sighed softly, and no one knew what she meant. Fortunately, she was finally willing to speak, and it seemed that she had returned to normal. In fact, Li Xiaoyi herself did not understand her own thoughts. After leaving the thick fog area and coming to the Wuxia waters, their time alone was almost over. She seemed to feel a little relaxed in her heart, but also very disappointed. Before Li Xiaoyi could sort out her thoughts, 7 or 8 black dots in the distance seemed to have discovered them and were flying towards them. Lin Yi scanned them with his divine sense and didn't pay too much attention to them. They were all mystic ascension and nascent soul stage, and could be categorized as non-threatening. The only thing that surprised him was that on top of these flying spirit beasts, only the one at the front was a human practitioner, and the ones behind were all spirit beasts in human form. It was no wonder that he could meet so many masters before entering the Wuxia Sea. When he came to the Wuxia Sea, the nascent soul stage was already a great master, and the profound ascending stage was even more powerful. But now, because of the intervention of the spirit beasts, the former great masters had become ordinary people. Lin Yi, those flying spirit beasts seem to be coming for us. Li Xiaoyi calmed herself down and said calmly. Although there were a few who were stronger than her, she was not worried about any danger at all. Maybe they are here to welcome us? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Of course this was nonsense. The Wuxia Sea had never had the habit of welcoming outsiders, but there was no shortage of robberies. Come to think of it, the first time Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao had come to the Wuxia waters, that idiot Chang Keqian had stopped them and caused them trouble. So seeing the flying spirit beast in the distance, Lin Yi immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Li Xiaoyi turned around and glared at Lin Yi. Although she had never been to the South Continent, she would not be naive to think that someone would really come to welcome her. The speed of the flying spirit beasts on both sides was extremely fast, plus they were opposite each other. In a breath, they had already closed the distance visible to the naked eye. Without using his divine sense, Lin Yi could clearly see that on the flying spirit beast at the front was a very young fellow at the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. In Lin Yi's eyes this was nothing, but if he was in the South Continent in the past, he would definitely be an overlord. This fellow was not seen in the competition of the 5 major escort agencies last time. Could it be that he was a rising star who had recently emerged? To be able to lead a group of powerful spirit beast experts, he could be considered to have some ability. As for the spirit beasts at the back, there was no need to ask to know that they were from the spirit beast clan. Even the periphery of the Wuxia Sea at the edge of the South Continent had their experts. It seemed that the spirit beast clan's control over the South Continent had reached a very high level. Hey! Stop for this young master. The young man at the front flew closer and shouted at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao. The flying spirit beast on their side stopped in the air first. Lin Yi did not want to pay attention to them, but since they blocked his way, he might as well ask them about the situation in the Wuxia Sea. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Don't tell me you came from the sea mist. The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Li Xiaoyi's peerless beauty. He asked casually, but his eyes never left Li Xiaoyi. Li Xiaoyi frowned slightly and glanced at him in disgust. She pulled a long face and showed no interest in talking. Lin Yi smiled faintly. We're from the Zhenduan Sea. We lost our way and came here. This must be the Wuxia Sea, right? May I know how to address you? So you're from the Zhenduan Sea. You're lucky to have gotten lost here. The young man waved his hand carelessly. He did not even look at Lin Yi. Instead, he continued to stare at Li Zhaoyi and smiled wickedly. This chick is quite good-looking. The rarest thing is that she's very powerful. She happens to be the cauldron that Master needs. If we take her back, he'll definitely be satisfied. This trip wasn't in vain. When the time comes, I'll be able to drink a few mouthfuls of soup. Go capture her. One of the spirit beast experts behind him nodded. Don't worry, young Master Lu. She won't be able to escape. Before he finished speaking, the spirit beast released his aura. With a light tap of his feet, he flew directly from the back of the flying spirit beast. He bent his right hand into a dragon claw and grabbed Li Zhaoyi's arm at lightning speed. You're just at the peak of the early stage of mysterious ascension. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Yi snorted coldly. He flashed in front of Li Zhaoyi and threw a simple punch. Violent chi surged towards the opponent's claw and collided with it in the air. Chapter 6142. Even with the powerful body of a spirit beast, he was completely unable to withstand the explosive power of the punch. As he flew back, the bones in his arms made a crisp cracking sound. Behind him, one of his companions was shocked. He instinctively urged his flying spirit beast to move in the direction of Master Lu, wanting to catch him. However, the force of the impact was far beyond his imagination. The mid-stage mysterious ascending spirit beast did not even have the slightest bit of resistance. The moment the two of them came into contact, they were both sent flying. Everyone was silent. Master Lu, who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago, was as quiet as a cicada in winter. He did not dare say a word. Although his strength was not bad, he was still quite a distance away from the mysterious ascending stage. Two mysterious ascending stage spirit beasts could not even withstand a normal punch from Lin Yi. If he dared to provoke Lin Yi, he would simply be courting death. The two spirit beasts, whose owners had been sent flying, flapped their wings and rushed over at lightning speed. They managed to catch the two fellows before they fell into the sea. However, they had temporarily lost their ability to fight. Healing elixirs were not very effective for spirit beasts, so the two of them did not stay and left after informing Master Lu. The frightened Master Lu calmed down a little. Although the two spirit beasts had returned to recover, they had also returned to ask for help. If he delayed here for a little longer, there would be nothing to be afraid of when the experts from Y-Arc City arrived. Lin Yi retracted his fist and looked at Master Lu calmly. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master Lu, right? Do you have any more tricks up your sleeves? If not, answer my questions honestly. Maybe if I am in a good mood, I will let you live. The spirit beasts behind him immediately surrounded Master Lu and stared at Lin Yi vigilantly. Perhaps none of them were a match for Lin Yi in terms of strength, but Master Lu was someone they had to protect. Therefore, when faced with a threat like Lin Yi, they had to ensure Master Lu's safety first. Master Lu, who was surrounded in the middle, wanted to cry but had no tears. These spirit beasts were really stupid. Why were their brains so inflexible? You've even blocked this young master's path of retreat. Are you deliberately not letting me go? However, with so many spirit beast experts surrounding him, young Master Lu felt more at ease. No matter how powerful Lin Yi was, the aura he showed just now was only at the profound ascension great circle. It would not be easy for him to deal with these spirit beast experts alone. If he knew that Lin Yi was least afraid of group battles, would he still be able to stay here and wait for reinforcements? Hey, I'm warning you. Don't act recklessly. The South Continent is now completely in the hands of the Spirit Beast clan. This young master has a very good relationship with the Spirit Beast clan. I'm not afraid to tell you that they are all experts of the Spirit Beast clan. If you dare to offend us, I guarantee that you won't have a place in the entire South Continent. After Master Lu regained his confidence, he started to bluff. It would be great if he could scare Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, Really? I'm a little scared from what you said. Is the Spirit Beast clan that powerful now? That's right. Let's not talk about other places. Our YC is already under the complete control of the Spirit Beast clan. If you hurt us here, even if you're at the mountain opening stage or even the earth opening stage, you won't be able to get away easily. Master Lu spoke louder as if this would make him more convincing. However, He didn't know that Lin Yi was just trying to get information out of him. Can we leave? I don't want to stay here anymore. Li Xiaoyi hated Master Lu and these people, but it didn't seem right to just kill them like this. Even if they offended her, she wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. A doctor's heart was like a parent's. Li Xiaoyi had inherited Zhang Liju's kindness. Although she hated Master Lu and these people, she just wanted to leave with Lin Yi. Alright, let's go. Lin Yi didn't mind. Although he couldn't get any useful information out of Master Lu, Arc City was right in front of them. It would be more convenient to go to the Qiqian security agency. He wondered if Languza and the others had arrived here safely. Lin Yi had told Languza about this before that when he arrived at the Arc region. He would look for the people from the Qiqian escort agency to help him gather information. Perhaps the few of them were waiting at the Qiqian escort agency? Thinking about Languza and the others, Lin Yi's face was a little distracted, but in Master Lu's eyes, he took it as Lin Yi's guilty conscience, which was why he'd agreed to leave the moment Li Xiaoyi said she wanted to leave. This guy was sure that his words had scared the two, and in the heat of the moment, he made the decision to stop the two. Want to leave? Not so easy. Master Lu's sudden shout didn't scare Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyi, but the spirit beasts around him were shocked. Was it really a good idea to provoke them, knowing that they were experts? Wasn't he afraid that the other party would be enraged and become bold enough to kill him and destroy his corpse to get rid of the evidence? Even if they wanted to wait for reinforcements, wouldn't it be better to follow them from afar? What do you mean not easy? Master Lu, why don't you tell me? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Master Lu with a faint smile. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he couldn't stop them from courting death. Master Lu's heart turned cold. Lin Yi's gaze scared him, but there was no turning back now. He could only bite the bullet and say, "You injured two of my companions, and you're going to leave without giving me an explanation?" Li Xiaoyi glanced at Master Lu unpleasantly, thinking that this person was really annoying. Lin Yi had hurt her because he was helping her, and it was just self-defense. What did it have to do with Lin Yi's injuries? Lin Yi's men were only injured because they were too weak. What explanation do you want? Lin Yi's face was calm. He had already extended his divine sense to the limit to see if there were any magnate experts hiding in the vicinity. Don't resist. Seal your cultivation and add in our restrictions. Follow me back to Arc City. Master Lu wanted to be more forceful, but he was afraid of Lin Yi's strength. His weak tone made the spirit beasts around him want to facepalm. You really know how to daydream. Lin Yi shook his head lightly as a mocking smile appeared on his face. He then said coldly, I don't want to waste any more time. I'll give you one last chance. Either scram or die. Too arrogant. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you are at the Mystic Ascension stage? Everyone attack together and kill him. Master Lu roared, his face flushed. He was irritated by Lin Yi's disdainful attitude. Chapter 61-43. Although their individual strength was far inferior to Lin Yi's, when 4 or 5 of them joined forces, the momentum was not weak. If it was an ordinary profound ascension expert, they might not have dared to face such an attack head-on. Leave that girl alive. Give her to my master as a cultivation furnace. Young Master Lu shouted again. Then he controlled his flying spirit beast to turn around and leave. At this level of battle, there was no way he could intervene. Even the slightest shockwave could cost him his life. Furthermore, he wasn't too sure if Lin Yi would really be killed by these spirit beasts. For safety's sake, it was better to take the opportunity to return to Arc City to gather reinforcements. What a piece of trash. These spirit beast experts must be blind to have chosen to protect this fellow. Lin Yi despised Master Lu as much as he could, but he didn't hold back at all. His Fire 8 trigram palms were unleashed, and the attacks of the spirit beasts melted like snow under Lin Yi's raging fire chi, disappearing without a sound. Not good. Retreat. The spirit beast at the front was horrified. Unfortunately, he only had time to shout 4 words before he was hit by the raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. Lin Yi's simple punch just now, without any martial arts, was enough to send 2 of them flying. Now that he was using the modified Fire 8 trigrams palms, the power was even more unstoppable. The 2 in front, along with the flying spirit beast below them, exploded into a mist of blood in the air. The ones at the back fared a little better, though. After using the fire 8 trigrams palms twice, they didn't turn into a mist of blood as well. Their bones were broken, and they coughed up blood before falling into the sea. As for whether they would survive the fall, Linny couldn't guarantee it. In any case, if they fell into the sea, they would die. Sea beasts wouldn't be polite to food that came knocking on their door. Young Master Lu, who had just flown out of the battle, looked back and wondered if his spirit beasts had a chance to kill Lin Yi. His eyes widened and his pupils constricted. Even though he had guessed it, he still couldn't believe what he had just seen. Those spirit beasts in human form couldn't even block one move. The 2 who were injured earlier were lucky that they had already returned. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape the fate of being killed. Young Master Lu regretted it. He should have gone back with them. It's too late to say anything now. The best thing to do now is to run away. His only consolation was that his flying spirit beast was top-notch in terms of speed. At the very least, it was slightly faster than Lin Yi and Li Zhaoi's. Furthermore, he had the advantage of being the first to strike. As long as he maintained this advantage, he would be able to escape to Y-Arc City first. Damn stars. When I return to Y-Arc City, I will definitely let you know the consequences of offending me. Young Master Lu desperately urged the flying spirit beast to speed up. At the same time, he didn't forget to show his determination, as if he wasn't running for his life by saying these words. Why do you want to return to Y-Arc City? Why don't you tell us what will happen to us now? Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out in young Master Lu's ears. Lin Yi's icy tone instantly caused young Master Lu's body to stiffen. He almost lost control of himself and fell off his flying spirit beast. Lin Yi stood behind young Master Lu calmly. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he watched young Master Lu slowly turn around like a robot. This fellow was still too naive. He was just a flying spirit beast with a passable speed. With Lin Yi's lightning escape technique, even if his speed was several times faster, he wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, he still had his ghostly speed wings. It could be said that within the vicinity of Heaven Island, if Lin Yi wanted to escape, no one would be able to escape. Even if someone wanted to chase him, no one would be able to escape. Unless it was a spirit beast with extraordinary talent, such as a fully evolved heavenly spirit bird, it might just be able to compete with Lin Yi in terms of speed. How did you catch up? Young Master Lu looked at Lin Yi in a daze. He then looked at the flying spirit beast that Li Zhaoi was controlling. He had originally wanted to beg for mercy, but for some strange reason, he had asked such a boring question. It seems like you aren't going to tell us what will happen to us. That's fine. Let me tell you what will happen to you. I gave you 2 choices, scram or die. Your choice is death. Lin Yi smiled faintly and slowly raised his palm. Wait. I chose to scram. I already scram. You can't kill me. Spare me. I already scram. Tears streamed down young Master Lu's face. He hurriedly knelt on the back of the flying spirit beast and kowtowed as he begged for mercy. The shadow of death loomed over him, and he was on the verge of collapse. As long as he could live, he would do whatever Lin Yi said. If there is a next life, remember to scram quickly when you choose to do so. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with these despicable people begging for mercy. If they hadn't courted death, they wouldn't have died. If they had retreated just now, he wouldn't have killed them. Young Master Lu wanted to say something, but Lin Yi didn't give him a chance. With a light palm strike, young Master Lu fell off the flying spirit beast with smoke rising from his body. With a splash, he completely sank into the sea and disappeared. Li Zhaoi controlled the flying spirit beast to fly over and said calmly, "You killed them all. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" I have always kept a low profile and never caused trouble. However, if trouble comes knocking on my door, I won't be afraid. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. He had originally wanted to secretly investigate the situation in the various seas of Nanzhou. Unfortunately, he had only just arrived at the edge of the Y-Arc Sea, and he had already caused such a huge commotion. There are 2 others who left early. Aren't you going to chase after them? Li Zhaoi still looked cold and indifferent, but her words revealed her concern for Lin Yi. There's no need. It's the same with or without them. Lin Yi waved his hand. With a light tap of his feet, he returned to Li Zhaoi's flying spirit beast. Why are you back again? That flying spirit beast is also very good. Li Xiaoyi looked surprised, but she was actually secretly happy. I'm still used to the flying spirit beast from the pill hall. I don't think that fellow's flying spirit beast is good enough. Linny smiled faintly and made up a random sentence. Li Xiaoyi softly grunted. Her expression didn't change, and she didn't say anything else. However, when she turned her head, her beautiful eyes brightened. The two of them continued flying forward. Li Xiaoyi took out the jade plate and pretended to look at it seriously, but her heart was actually floating. She didn't know what she was thinking for a long time. She had never experienced such chaotic thoughts in her life. Chapter 61-44. No. Looks like we haven't arrived yet. Li Xiaoyi blushed. She hadn't paid attention to the compass in her hands and had only glanced at it. To cover up her distraction, she quickly added, "Yes, you have to keep an eye on the compass at all times. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if you miss it. I don't know how big the compass is, so it's good to keep an eye on it. But we're about to reach Arc City. Why don't we put it away first?" Linny pointed at the bustling city in the distance and smiled. Li Xiaoyi nodded. After putting away the compass, she looked at Arc City in the distance and said, "That's Arc City, the center of the Arc territorial waters? It looks very prosperous. It's not any worse than an ordinary city on Central Island. Yeah, I thought that Nanzhou would be a very desolate place when I first came here. It's the spiritual beast's territory after all. I didn't expect to see such a bustling city here." Linny smiled as he recalled his first experience with Huang Xiaotao. "That's right, I thought that Nanzhou would be a very desolate place. The last time they had come here, they had met that idiot Chang Ketian. At that time, Linny hadn't been strong enough and had to team up with Huang Xiaotao to protect himself. That was why he had come looking for trouble time and time again. This time was different. Young Master Lu had brought a group of ascending stage spirit beasts as bodyguards, but he had still been killed by Lin Yi the first time he had come looking for trouble. As they spoke, the flying spirit beast neared the pier. Lin Yi knew the rules here. For an outsider like him, flying spirit beasts could only stop at the pier. Even for the local practitioners, other than the higher-ups of Arc City who had their own flying spirit beasts, they had to stop at the pier to enter and exit. Before they landed, Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyi's divine senses had already discovered that the number of human cultivators and spirit beasts at the pier was about the same. However, the spirit beasts clearly had a higher status. Human cultivators could only do manual labor, while the spirit beasts were responsible for collecting spirit stones and supervising patrols. Foreign cultivators? The fee to park the flying spirit beast is 50 spirit jades, and it is valid for 3 days. After 3 days, the fee is 10 spirit jades per day. If the fee is not paid within 10 days, the flying spirit beast will be confiscated. The entry fee to Arc City is 100 spirit jades, and the pass is valid for 15 days. If you exceed the time limit, you will have to apply for a replacement immediately. Otherwise, you will be expelled from Arc City. When a young spirit beast in human form saw Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyi's flying spirit beasts land, he immediately walked over and announced the rules of the fee expressionlessly. Lin Yi was left speechless. To him, this amount of spiritual jades was not even a drop in the bucket. However, when he was still in the foundation establishment stage, it was already a sky-high price. The spiritual beasts were quite ruthless. That's the toll for 2 people, and the rest is for the aerial spirit beast parking fee. Lin Yi didn't feel like bickering with this spirit beast youth. He took out 300 spirit jades and gave them to him. He also received 2 thumb-sized white jade tokens and a bronze token for flying spirit beasts. Hang the jade token on your waist. Otherwise, you'll be deemed as someone who doesn't have a jade token and be expelled from the city. The spirit beast youth put away the spirit jade and reminded him. His attitude was quite good. "Many thanks." Lin Yi nodded and left the pier with Li Xiaoyi. He felt a little strange. Why hadn't anyone come to settle the score with him? The 2 spirit beasts that had escaped should have returned to Arc City long ago. Even if they didn't know that young Master Lu and the other spirit beast guards had already been killed by Lin Yi, they wouldn't just let the matter of them getting injured go, right? The order here isn't bad. I originally thought that South Continent would be a more chaotic place. Li Xiaoyi seemed to be rather satisfied with Arc City. This was completely different from her original expectations that fights would break out at any time. Since the two spirit beast guards that had escaped did not make any moves, Lin Yi put this matter aside for the time being. In any case, the strongest person in Arc City was only at the perfected mountain opening stage. There was no aura of an earth opening stage powerhouse, so this level of strength was insufficient to suppress him. The management of the spirit beast clan is not bad. Although there has been an increase in taxes, it is still within acceptable limits. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. He was also a little surprised by this situation, but the names of the flying spirit beast parking fee and the city entrance fee sounded really familiar. It was full of the style of the secular world. Therefore, Lin Yi boldly guessed that these things might have been done by the center. Perhaps the method the spirit beast clan used to manage Arc City was also suggested by the center. Lin Yi, is the matter you need to handle in Arc City? If not, let's leave this place as soon as possible and go to other regions to take a look. Li Xiaoyi took some time to look at the compass, but there was still no information, so she wasn't very interested in staying in Arc City. Don't be anxious. I want to look for someone in Arc City first. Lin Yi waved his hands. He wanted to go to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to look for Languza and the other three. If they were still in Arc City, they would probably stay there. Before they had come to South Continent, Lin Yi had instructed them to go to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency when they arrived in Arc City. He didn't know if they had come to Arc City, but if they had gotten lost in the sea fog, who knew where they might have gone first? No matter what, Lin Yi had to make a trip to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency first. Even if Languza and the others hadn't come, it would be good to meet Qi Wenhan and the others. Furthermore, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was the local tyrant of Arc City, so they should be very clear about the situation in the various regions of South Continent. Li Xiaoyi grunted in acknowledgement and didn't say anything else. She walked quietly beside Lin Yi. If not for the fact that people kept glancing at her, this feeling was actually pretty good. Just as Li Xiaoyi was considering whether she should put on a cloak or hat to hide herself, Lin Yi had already brought her to the entrance of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Compared to the last time they had been here, the main entrance of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was much more imposing. It had probably been renovated. After all, as the head of the 5 major escort agencies, it was necessary to maintain its appearance. However, this wasn't what Lin Yi was concerned about. Instead, he was concerned about the red happiness character pasted on the main entrance, and the red satin fireworks decorating the door frame. Was the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency holding a happy event today? Then it really was better to come at the right time than to come early. Li Xiaoyi stared fixedly at the happiness character on the door. Her expression didn't change, but her mind seemed to be in a daze. Junior sister, our luck today isn't bad. We just happened to make it in time for Qi Wenhan and Xiaolula's wedding. They are all my friends. Let me introduce them to you. Lin Yi's divine sense had already swept the hall to Qi Wenhan, who was dressed in a red wedding robe. After confirming that it was his wedding, he smiled at Li Xiaoyi. Chapter 6145. What puzzled Lin Yi was why there was no one at the door to welcome the guests. There shouldn't be many guests inside, and there should be many people coming to congratulate them. It would be impolite to have no one at the door to welcome them. Given the relationship between Lin Yi and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, there was no need to knock on the door. The two of them walked into the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency side by side. The path to the living room was decorated with lanterns and streamers, but there was no one in sight. Lin Yi found it increasingly strange. Qi Wenhan didn't seem to be in a happy mood in his divine sense. Instead, he seemed to be frowning. His father, Qi Zun, also had a solemn expression as he sat silently on a chair. If Lin Yi hadn't seen Xiaoluoluo in the bridal chamber, he would have thought that Qi Wenhan had married someone he didn't like. Brother Qi, is today your wedding day? I'm just in time to congratulate you. Lin Yi was full of questions. As he stepped into the living room with Li Xiaoyi, he smiled and cupped his fists to congratulate Qi Wenhan. Without waiting for Qi Wenhan to speak, he greeted Qi Yan a few more times, and greeted the others he didn't know either. Brother Lin, why are you here? Qi Wenhan was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Yi, but then he was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Qi Yan was the same. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency was able to become the leader of the 5 major escort agencies by Lin Yi's own efforts. Of course, Lin Yi was called Ling Yi back then, but it didn't matter. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency's gratitude and respect for Lin Yi had never decreased. After a brief greeting and a brief introduction to Li Zhaoyi, everyone realized that the woman beside Lin Yi was no longer Huang Xiaotao, but another beautiful girl. Seeing that they were all in a daze, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, "Today is Brother Qi's wedding day, isn't it? Why doesn't everyone seem to be in a good mood?" Speaking of this topic, Qi Wenhan suddenly sighed. Although seeing Lin Yi was like having a pillar of support, he still didn't know where to start. That look of hesitation really made Lin Yi feel both angry and funny. How did the heroic Qi Wenhan of the past become so wishy-washy? It wasn't just Qi Wenhan. Qi Yong was the same. The head of the 5 great escort agencies had an unsightly expression on his face. He shook his head and sighed, and it seemed as if he had suddenly aged a great deal. "What's going on? Say something." Lin Yi secretly scratched his head, not understanding what they were doing. Seeing that they were really unwilling to say, Lin Yi could only use his divine sense to sweep the bridal chamber again. Just now he was afraid of being impolite, so he only touched it briefly and then left. Only now did he discover that Xia Luolua was secretly wiping her tears in the bridal chamber, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. "Brother Qi, did you quarrel with Xia Luoluo? You're about to get married, so what can't you say? If you really did quarrel, hurry up and apologize." Lin Yi lowered his voice and whispered in Qi Wenhan's ear. Qi Wenhan shook his head with a bitter smile. It had not been easy for him and Xia Luoluo to get to where they were today. How could it be like this just because of a quarrel? "Brother Lin, don't ask anymore. This matter is not what you think it is. We are brothers, and I don't want you to be dragged into this." Qi Wenhan sighed and waved his hand with a bleak expression. Lin Yi's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, "Who wants to make things difficult for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? If it's a brother, then tell me. Furthermore, I am the honorary head of the agency. Brother Lin, because we are brothers, I don't want you to be dragged into this. We haven't seen each other for so long, and I didn't expect to see you again in such a situation. The opponent is too strong and we can't fight against them. You should leave this place as soon as possible." Qi Wenhan's eyes were resolute. He was very grateful to Lin Yi, so no matter what, he did not want to drag Lin Yi into this. These words were almost like chasing him away. If Qi Wenhan had said this under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would not have stayed. He would have left with a flick of his sleeves. However, now that he knew that someone was forcing the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, he would not leave even if he was beaten to death. It was a pity that Languza and the others did not come to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Otherwise, he would have been able to find out what had happened. Speaking of which, he did not know where those fellows had gone. Perhaps they had really lost their way and flown to another sea? As for the group of 4, Lin Yi was still at ease. In terms of strength, Languza, who had advanced to the mountain opening stage, could even resist an expert in the early stage of the earth opening stage for a while. Hao Zili and Min Huichen were not weak either, and they were quite smart. In addition, their flying wings were extremely fast. Even if they could not fly in the air, Languza could still dive into the sea. Therefore, this group should not encounter much danger. When he had time, he would go to the seaside and use the communication pearl to contact Languza. He was afraid that they would not arrive at the South Continent after losing their way. It would be a joke if they did not even know where they were. Lin Yi's thoughts changed, and he returned to the matter of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Just as he was wondering how he should figure out the ins and outs of the matter, a fiendish fellow rushed in from outside shouting loudly, "Have you thought it through? I advise you not to take things too hard and court death." The Qi family's father and son, as well as the people of the escort agency, all had ugly expressions on their faces. Only Lin Yi was secretly delighted. It was like someone had sent him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was just worried that no one would tell him the whole story, and this fellow had come to solve his doubts. Without asking, he knew that the trouble of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had something to do with this fellow. Lin Yi looked at the crowd indifferently, and did not say anything. He believed that the fellow who had rushed in would explain the matter himself, and there was no need for him to waste his breath. As expected, after the fellow came in, his expression was extremely arrogant. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised his chin and said loudly, "Don't waste my time. What's the decision?" Qi Wenhan straightened his back and said angrily, "If you have the guts, come at me, Qi Wenhan. What's so great about bullying the weak? There is no coward in our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. We would rather die in glory than live in dishonor." Ha 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 ha. You have guts. It's a pity that people with guts always have short lives. You even want to drag the entire escort agency down with you, saying that you would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. What kind of jade are you? You're all tiles from head to toe, okay? The fiendish fellow threw his head back and laughed loudly, mercilessly taunting Qi Wenhan. Qi Wenhan's face was a little pale. He was not afraid of death, but he was most afraid of dragging the entire escort agency down with him. This fellow's words had hit him squarely in his soft spot. We are the head of the 5 great escort agencies, but now we're being bullied right in front of our doors, and we don't even have the ability to resist. If it's destroyed, then so be it. Our Qi family members are all men with courage. We would rather die standing than live kneeling. Qi Xuan stood beside his son, his expression stern. Chapter 6146. At this moment, Linny finally understood why there were so few people in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. It turned out that those who remained were all loyal to the Qi family. The others had either been dismissed or had fled on their own. From this, it could be seen how powerful this fiendish fellow was. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? The old sect master has taken a liking to Xia Luoluo and allowed her to become his cultivation vessel. This is a blessing bestowed upon her because he thinks highly of her. This is also giving face to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Yet, you still don't know what's good for you? Are you deliberately trying to turn a happy occasion into a funeral? It doesn't matter. Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? South Continent's shipping king? If they don't know what's good for them, then they can all die. The man glanced at Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi. He didn't seem to care at first, but after seeing Li Zhaoyi's peerless beauty, his eyes lit up and he spoke even louder. On the surface, he was threatening the people of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, but in reality, he was also trying to scare Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi. He probably wanted to take Li Zhaoyi away with him. Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused. This guy really dared to think about Li Zhaoyi. Was he in a hurry to reincarnate? The general course of events was also clear. The old sect behind this fellow had taken a liking to Xia Luoluo and wanted the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to be his cauldron. There was really no one else who could do such a thing in such an above-board manner. Brother Qi, who is this idiot? Does his family know that he's so arrogant? Lin Yi had roughly guessed who was behind this. What was there to be polite about? Let's hit the dog's paw first. Brother Lin, they are from the Poison Eye mercenary group. Qi Wenhan was shocked by Lin Yi's words. He only hoped that Lin Yi could stay out of this matter. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would suddenly say such a thing? Unfortunately, he had already said it, and it was impossible to take it back. So what should he do to make this guy shift his attention away from Lin Yi? While Qi Wenhan was trying to think of a solution, Lin Yi was surprised. Poison Eye mercenaries? Didn't Cheng Haonan and Cheng Ketian both die? Why haven't they disbanded yet? He originally thought that this guy was backed by the West Mountain Old Sect, but he didn't expect it to be the Poison Eye mercenary group. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. After all, Wu Baoliang was in the Poison Eye mercenary group, and the Cheng father and son also followed him to practice evil arts. The West Mountain Patriarch chased after Lin Yi to avenge Wu Baoliang, so it was normal for him to take over the Poison Eye mercenary group. However, the last news that Lin Yi received seemed to say that the West Mountain Patriarch was staying in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Was he supporting the Poison Eye mercenary group as a lackey again? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lin Yi nodded slightly. He had more or less figured out the relationship between them. The Poison Eye mercenary group member glared at Lin Yi and pointed his finger at him. Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you slander the Poison Eye mercenary group? Do you want to die? Hurry up and obediently hand over the little girl beside you, and I can still spare your worthless life. Otherwise, bada. After a crisp sound, The guy who was shouting suddenly found that his outstretched finger had turned around and was pointing directly at his own nose. Only then did he feel the burning pain from his palm. Otherwise what? Continue. Linny looked at the guy indifferently. Breaking a finger that was pointing at him was just the beginning. He dared to humiliate the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in front of him, and even wanted to kidnap Li Zhaoyi. Who gave him the courage? Ah! The guy screamed after realizing what was happening. The fingers were connected to the heart, and when unguarded, even a powerful cultivator was not much different from an ordinary person. When he subconsciously used his left palm to cover his broken right index finger, Linny reached out again and grabbed his left palm like lightning. With a crisp crack, the guy's left wrist was directly broken by Lin Yi. Oh! The scream got even more shrill, and Linny slapped him across the face, knocking out all his teeth and shutting him up at the same time. Brother Lin. Qi Wenhan shook his head with a bitter smile. Seeing this guy beaten up by Lin Yi, he was also very happy, but he was very worried about how to deal with it later. Brother Lin. Didn't the Poison Eye mercenary group ally with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? Although the key figures later died, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was led by the West Mountain Patriarch, so the Poison Eye mercenary group that should have fallen apart survived. Now it has almost become the private army of the West Mountain Patriarch, and its combat power is far greater than the Poison Eye mercenary group in the past. It really is the West Mountain Patriarch, that old bastard. In the past, he still had some scruples and did not dare to openly stir up trouble, but now he has become bolder. Linny smiled slightly and casually kicked the unlucky guy's knee, causing him to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. Qi Wenhan was worried. He and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency were already in such a state. At worst they would just perish together, but there was no need for Lin Yi to get involved. Years ago, the West Mountain Patriarch had chased after Lin Yi for so long. Although he did not know how he had managed to escape, it was clear that the two of them were not on the same level. Now that the new and old grudges had been settled, the West Mountain Patriarch would probably not let Lin Yi go no matter what. Brother Lin, you should take advantage of the fact that the West Mountain Patriarch does not know about this and quickly leave Wei Arc City. We are not allowed to leave the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, so there is no way for us to escape. When you become stronger in the future, you can come back and avenge us. Qi Wenhan did not think too much about it. He stepped forward and pushed Lin Yi's arm, urging him to escape quickly. Years ago, Lin Yi had gone through so much to escape once. If he had to do it again, who knew if he would be able to escape successfully? If he did not leave now, he would not have the chance to. As for the faint disdain that Lin Yi had for the West Mountain Patriarch, Qi Wenhan had subconsciously ignored it. Just because he could not defeat others did not mean that he could not look down on others. This was something that was understandable. If you want to take revenge, why wait until later? As long as the West Mountain Patriarch dares to come, I will make sure that he does not return. Lin Yi smiled faintly and waved his hand at Qi Wenhan, indicating that he did not need to worry. To be honest, Lin Yi had almost forgotten that the West Mountain Patriarch still existed as an enemy. This was because the soul-hooking hand that he had secretly learned from the West Mountain Patriarch had helped Lin Yi a lot. Several times it was a life-or-death situation, so when he thought of the old thing, he did not have much killing intent. Chapter 61-47. Qi Wenhan was stunned. He could not believe Lin Yi's words. However, he had seen Lin Yi's many miraculous feats, so he did not think that Lin Yi was boasting. The unlucky guy who was kneeling on the ground finally regained his composure. At least he stopped screaming and struggled to steady himself. He raised his head and laughed. Kid, don't be so smug. How dare you say that Elder Zhong won't be able to return alive? Let me tell you, Elder Zhong doesn't even need to personally deal with a small fry like you. When young Master Lu returns from the sea, he will bring his spiritual beast guards and destroy the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He will kill every single one of you. Of course, the pretty girls will be able to live. You talk too much. Idiot who doesn't learn his lesson. Lin Yi slapped the other side of his face, sending his remaining teeth flying. Both sides of his face became swollen, making him look much more pleasing to the eye. After shaking his hand, Lin Yi recalled what this guy had said. Young Master Lu? Spiritual beast guards? Could it be those idiots that he had met earlier? They should have been digested by the sea beasts by now, right? Did he expect them to come and help? Hey, the young Master Lu you are talking about, could it be that guy? Linny thought to himself. How could there be such a coincidence? He had to confirm it first, so he described the appearance of the dead young Master Lu and the spirit beasts to him. You know our young Master Lu? Are you afraid now? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, it's too late now. The guy laughed out loud with his swollen face. His words were still leaking air, but he was still able to squeeze out a proud expression. What a rare talent. If that's the case, then I really do know them. Just now, at the edge of the Weiqian territorial waters, this guy brought his spiritual beast guards to act tough in front of me. In the end, he didn't act well and accidentally fell into the sea and drowned. There were only 2 spiritual beast guards, and they were good swimmers. At least they climbed onto a flying spiritual beast and came back to report the death. Why didn't you receive the news? Linny spoke nonsense with a straight face. His words were quite convincing, and the unlucky guy was stunned. How is that possible? Don't brag. Our young Master Lu and the spiritual beast guards are so powerful. Even an early mountain opening stage cultivator might not be able to defeat them. How could you say that he would drown? The guy was furious, but he was scared of Lin Yi's beating. He didn't dare yell like he did when he first arrived. It was hard for him to speak clearly now that he didn't have any teeth, let alone yelling or anything like that. Linny didn't want to waste time with him. He waved his hand impatiently and said, whether it's true or not, you'll know once you go back and ask. Hurry up and scram. Go back and tell the West Mountain Elder that Ling Yi is back and is waiting for him at the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. The unlucky guy was surprised. He would not let off so easily. Linny, who was going to die. He did not expect Linny to let him go so easily. Who would want to die if they could live? Although he was broken by Lin Yi, this injury was nothing to a cultivator. He stood up on one leg and jumped quickly. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Brother Lin, the West Mountain Elder, is a big shot in the mountain opening stage. Evil cultivators are stronger than normal cultivators. Are you really okay? Qi Wenhan really wanted to keep the guy who escaped here. At least he could buy some time for Lin Yi to escape, but in his heart, he also hoped that Lin Yi could really kill the West Mountain Elder. Only then would there be a tomorrow for him and Xiaoluoluo. It's okay. Brother Qi, don't worry. Hurry up and get married. Don't let the bride wait. Lin Yi smiled and patted Qi Wenhan's shoulder. Such a simple action gave him endless confidence. Qi Wenhan's heroic spirit soared to the heavens. He cupped his fists and nodded, saying, Good. I will leave everything to you, Brother Lin. You and I are brothers. I can't thank you enough. Let's drink a few more cups of your wedding wine. Qi Wenhan also understood. No matter how this matter ended, he would make Xiaoluoluo his bride. Even if they died, they would go to hell together as husband and wife. Qi Zheng's worried expression swept away as he laughed heartily and said, Well said. The wedding is about to start. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get ready. The people of the escort agency immediately felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. Although there were still some worries in their hearts, they weren't even afraid of death, so what else was there to be afraid of? They immediately started to work in full swing. Unfortunately, Xiaoluoluo's family had left Weiwan City. There were only a few people who could attend the wedding. She and Qi Wenhan had a deep relationship. She would rather die than leave, so she stayed. Of course, even if she wanted to leave, the West Mountain Elder's spies would not let her go. The entire Weiwan City was under the West Mountain Elder's control. As the Heavens Equal Escort Agency started preparing for the wedding, the unlucky man with a broken leg hopped out of the door. He immediately called for a vehicle and rushed to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. He had just come from the Poison Eye mercenary group. The West Mountain Elder usually stayed at the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. If he wanted to report news, he had to go to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. When Lin Yi said that Master Lu was dead, this guy actually believed it a little. The reason why he didn't know was probably because the news was still in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and hadn't reached the Poison Eye mercenaries yet. The West Mountain Elder was probably in a rage right now, and to be honest, he was worried that he'd be used as a punching bag if he went over right now. I hope the news of Ling Yi's return will make the Elder feel better. The unlucky man sighed and prayed. He had heard of Ling Yi's name before. It was said that he was the enemy that the elder wanted to get rid of the most. It was a pity that he could not find any trace of him. He did not expect that he would come knocking on his door. The moment he entered the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, the angry roar of the West Mountain Elder could be heard from the living room. It was accompanied by the sound of tools breaking. He was indeed angry. "Hey brother, what's wrong with the elder?" This guy did not dare to go in and report. When he saw an escort at the door, he quickly waved his hand and asked about it. Chapter 61:48. Hearing this, the unlucky guy felt a chill in his heart. Even though he had already guessed it, he still couldn't help but feel terrified when the news was confirmed. There was no need to talk about young Master Lu's strength, but the spirit beast guards around him were all experts above the profound ascending stage. If it wasn't for the secret agreement between the sect master and the spirit beasts, how could he have mobilized these spirit beast experts? Out of the 7 profound ascending stage spirit beast experts, Ling Yi had easily killed 5 of them. This guy was really powerful. Could it be that he really had the strength to challenge the West Mountain sect master? "Hey, the sect master has found out that you're here. He's calling you over." The guard lightly pushed the unlucky guy's shoulder, waking him up from his daze. He then waved his hand and left. The unlucky guy was extremely terrified. He quickly jumped into the hall and saw the West Mountain sect master, who was still angry. He quickly knelt down and said, "This subordinate greets the sect master. What happened to you? Who made you so miserable? Did the Heaven Equal Escort Agency dare to resist?" The West Mountain sect master said with a gloomy face. His cold eyes swept across the unlucky guy's body, causing him to shiver and not dare to move at all. Replying to the sect master, this subordinate did go to the Heaven Equal Escort Agency. However, the person who injured this subordinate was not someone from the agency, but an unfamiliar face. Not only did he attack this subordinate without any scruples, he didn't even put you in his eyes at all. He said that even if you went personally, you wouldn't be able to return. The guy knelt on the ground and deliberately chose words that could easily anger the West Mountain sect master. Although Lin Yi had indeed said these words before, the effect of angering the West Mountain sect master was better than the original version. As for the fact that young Master Lu might also be killed by Lin Yi, he decided to hide it. It was enough to anger the West Mountain sect master a little. If he went too far, he might become a tool for the West Mountain sect master to vent his anger. "How dare you? Who is it that dares to say such things? Could it be that an Earth-opening stage powerhouse has come to Wei Arc City?" The West Mountain Elder narrowed his eyes and sneered. In the past 2 years, he had the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the Poison Eye Mercenary Group as his lackeys to collect the resources and furnaces he needed for his cultivation. His strength had improved very quickly. Although he had not reached the Earth-opening stage, the fighting strength of a heretic cultivator was very strong. Coupled with the means of divine sense, an ordinary early-stage Earth-opening cultivator might not be a match for him. He had confidence in his strength, but he would never act blindly. If he really encountered an opponent that he couldn't deal with, the West Mountain Old Master would rather escape than forcefully resist. This was the biggest reason why he could survive until now. So after listening to the report of his younger brother, he still needed to determine the background of the opponent. Reporting to Old Sect Master, "That is a very young man. He said that his name is Ling Yi, and he is waiting for you at the escort agency. If you want to find him, go to the Equal Heaven Escort Agency." Seeing that the time was almost right, this fellow only threw out Ling Yi's name. Most likely, the West Mountain Old Sect would immediately take action to seek revenge on Lin Yi, and at the same time help him take revenge. Ling Wan. Ha 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 ha, this is really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, but finding him by chance without even looking for him. I haven't heard any news about him for so long, and he actually ran back on his own. Good. Today, I will go and meet this rat that only knows how to run away. The West Mountain Old Sect Master suddenly stood up, laughing as he flew out. When he passed by the unlucky fellow who was kneeling on the ground, he casually slapped his palm on his head. At the same time that he killed him, he used his soul-reaping hand and kept the wisp of primordial spirit into his pocket. You know that the opponent is Ling Yi, but you actually didn't tell me directly. Instead, you are still beating around the bush. You really don't know how to write the word death. The West Mountain Old Sect Master snorted coldly. Without stopping, he had already left the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and rushed towards the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. The distance between the two agencies was not too far. With the West Mountain Old Sect Master's speed, he arrived at the Equal Heaven Escort Agency in less than a minute. Ling Yi, you are indeed here. Let's see where you can run to today. When the West Mountain Old Sect Master saw Lin Yi sitting in the living room drinking tea, he instantly laughed strangely. He extended his body and flew over like a vulture hunting for its prey. Lin Yi put down the teacup in his hand and waved at the West Mountain Old Sect Master nonchalantly. Long time no see. Why don't we have a cup of tea and catch up? The West Mountain Old Sect Master had originally stretched out his hand to attack Lin Yi, but he did not expect Lin Yi to sit there calmly without dodging. For a moment he was a little unsure of what to do. He simply stopped his attack and landed on the ground, turning around and sitting next to Lin Yi. There's no need for tea. As long as you don't run, I can give you a chance to leave your last words. The West Mountain Old Sect Master smiled proudly. He had absolute confidence that with such a close distance between them, there was no chance for Lin Yi to escape. Since everything was under control, why not act tough in front of his enemy? West Mountain Old Man, I was chased by you the last time. I don't want to do it again. So don't worry, as long as you don't run, I will definitely not chase you. Lin Yi smiled faintly and signaled the people of the escort agency to serve a cup of tea to the West Mountain Old Sect Master. In any case, the visitor was a guest. Whether it was an uninvited guest or an uninvited guest, a cup of tea was more magnanimous. Boy, are you joking? Or are you so nervous that you can't speak clearly? Do you think I will run and let you chase me? The West Mountain Old Sect Master glanced at Lin Yi disdainfully. The entire Wayark Sea area and even the major sea areas of the South Continent were included. Except for the spirit beasts and the sea beasts, he did not care about anyone else. Although he hadn't broken through to the Earth opening stage yet, but with his battle prowess and divine sense attack methods, even an Earth opening stage cultivator might not be his opponent. In the Southern Continent, where there were no ancient families, his West Mountain Old Sect was an overlord. Whether I will or not, it is not up to me to say it now. West Mountain Old Man, in fact, if you did not come, I would have forgotten that I have an enemy like you. Why do you have to provoke my friend? I can't help but want to kill you. Lin Yi shook his head. What he said was true. Unfortunately, in the eyes of others, he was boasting too much. The West Mountain Old Sect Master laughed and pointed at Lin Yi. Interesting. You brat, when you boast it seems like it is true. Come, tell me quickly, which old monster did you find to deal with me? At least this old man will be mentally prepared. Let me see if I need to prepare to escape in advance. Everyone could hear the ridicule in the West Mountain Old Sect Master's words. Only Lin Yi did not care. He smiled faintly and said, I am enough. Why do you need help? Chapter 6149. At this moment Li Zhaoyi, who had gone to the back to help, came out. When she saw West Mountain Elder's vicious expression, she frowned and said to Lin Yi, the bride is almost ready. Hurry up and get rid of the irrelevant people. The auspicious time is almost here. West Mountain Elder looked over and his eyes lit up. He had seen countless women, but he had never seen one as beautiful and talented as Li Zhaoyi. For a moment he forgot to attack Lin Yi. Good. What a perfect human furnace. Unparalleled in color, superb talent, and most importantly, her primordial yin has not been leaked. With such a human furnace, I will definitely have a chance to break through. West Mountain Elder was so excited that he could not help but murmur to himself as he looked at Li Zhaoyi. With his cultivation technique, his cultivation speed could be said to be fast or slow. In addition to ordinary resources, a suitable furnace was the most important. In the early stages, it was easy to find female cultivators, but the further he progressed, the higher the strength of the furnace he needed, and the qualifications of the furnace itself were also extremely important. Because of this, the West Mountain Old Sect Master settled down in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and nurtured the strength of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, helping them find suitable furnaces. Li Zhaoyi was undoubtedly an excellent human furnace. When West Mountain Elder saw her, he even forgot that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had another target, Xiao Luoluo. She was also a good human furnace. Unfortunately, her primordial yin had been leaked, so the effect was greatly reduced. Otherwise, he would have taken her by force long ago. Linny was also speechless. Why did these idiots from the South Continent act as if they had never seen a beautiful woman before? Whenever they saw Li Zhaoyi, their eyes would stare blankly, and they would not be able to move. Their routine was the same, so they should be from the same origin, right? Soon Linny confirmed his guess. Those guys whose eyes lit up when they saw Li Zhaoyi were indeed jackals of the same tribe. This was because the two spiritual beast guards who ran back from the Wayark territorial waters had also followed them to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Elder, these are the two who injured us. Young Master Lu and the others were most likely killed by them. When the two spirit beast guards saw Lin Yi, they hurriedly ran to the West Mountain Patriarch's side and pointed at Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi. With West Mountain Elder Master, a giant of the mountain opening period, and several companions who came with him, the two spirit beast guards who had not recovered from their injuries were emboldened. They looked at Lin Yi with extremely unfriendly eyes. Lingwen, so it was you who killed my disciple. The West Mountain Elder was furious. With a palm strike, he directly smashed the tea table beside him into powder. That idiot surnamed Lu is your disciple? No wonder he's as wretched as you. Lin Yi pretended to be enlightened. He then waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's not like he's the first disciple I've killed. What's there to be surprised about? You'll get used to it as you kill more." The West Mountain Elder almost vomited blood. Was it easy for him to nurture a disciple? You'll get used to it as you kill. Little bastard, you're courting death. The West Mountain Elder couldn't bear it anymore and raised his hand to grab Lin Yi. The violent true qi was extremely condensed, forming an invisible true qi palm that grabbed Lin Yi's throat first. The West Mountain Elder's real palm was retracted. When the two palms overlapped, a cloud of black gas quickly gathered. Lin Yi did not forcibly resist the true qi palm of the West Mountain Elder. His figure slightly swayed to avoid the front, and he waved his hand diagonally to hit the side, using the method of moving 1,000 caddies with little effort to guide the true qi palm to the side window, directly flying into the sky outside the living room. Little bastard indeed has some capital to be arrogant, but a mere profound ascension great perfection is still far from it. The West Mountain Elder sneered on the surface, but in his heart, he was extremely frightened. The last time he chased after Lin Yi, what was his strength? To be honest, the West Mountain Elder himself did not remember what strength Lin Yi had at that time. In any case, he was just an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. If he did not take advantage of a loophole, he could not even think of escaping. How much time had passed? Lin Yi actually directly reached the profound ascension great perfection, and his strength was also the existence of the existence that could challenge those of a higher rank. If he continued to let it go, the West Mountain Elder wondered how long he could suppress Lin Yi. Today, no matter what, he must kill this kid, otherwise he would become a big trouble. The West Mountain Elder's eyes were extremely cold. Since he had made up his mind to kill Lin Yi, then he would not leave any flaws for Lin Yi to escape. As long as he went all out, he did not believe that Lin Yi could escape again. The black gas in the West Mountain Elder's palm formed a solid long sword. The tip of the sword trembled, and it pierced the vital points of Lin Yi's eyebrows and throat. Lin Yi's face was full of disdain. He knew that the West Mountain Old Master was very strong, and he could even fight with an earth-opening master without being at a disadvantage, but he wasn't afraid at all. The main reason was that the West Mountain Old Master was a heretic. No matter how strong the West Mountain Elder was, as long as he was not at the sea-splitting stage, Lin Yi could restrain his cultivation method. Even if he was at the earth-opening stage, he was not afraid, not to mention that the West Mountain Elder was still at the mountain-opening stage. Several lightning arcs under the control of Lin Yi directly struck the long sword condensed by the black gas, easily melting and shattering the black long sword. It did not pose any threat at all. The West Mountain Elder's expression changed greatly. Thunder attribute martial arts naturally restrained all the heart cultivation method martial arts of evil cultivators. Unless the strength gap between the two sides was large enough to ignore this restraint, there was almost no chance of winning against the Thunder attribute martial arts. The difference between the West Mountain Elder and Lin Yi wasn't that big. In other words, there wasn't much of a chance for him to suppress Lin Yi with his strength. After understanding this, the West Mountain Elder no longer continued to use martial arts to deal with Lin Yi. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed the void, using his trump card Soul Hooking Hand. Lin Yi smiled faintly, and did not have the slightest intention to dodge. In the past, he had to rely on the help of the ghostly thing to be immune to the attack of the Soul Hooking Hand. Now, he did not need the ghostly thing to completely resist the West Mountain Elder's unique attack. The West Mountain Elder's heart was also perturbed. The Soul Hooking Hand had not been able to kill Lin Yi before. This time he did not know if it would work. If it did not work, he really needed to escape. From now on, he did not want to see Lin Yi again. Have you exhausted your limited abilities? I also know the Soul Hooking Hand. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled up, and he said to the West Mountain Elder with a sarcastic face. Although the God-controlling bracelet could be immune to the West Mountain Elder's Soul Hooking Hand, he was not prepared to let the West Mountain Elder attack him. 3 spiritual consciousness vortexes surrounded the West Mountain Elder's Soul Hooking Hand in a triangle shape. While spinning wildly, it constantly consumed the spiritual consciousness power of the Soul Hooking Hand. Chapter 6150. Lin Yi did not find it strange at all. Everything had been calculated. He was very clear that his 3 consciousness vortexes were enough to suppress the West Mountain Elder's soul-hooking palm, but not enough to threaten the old man. So what followed after the consciousness vortexes was the soul-hooking palm that Lin Yi had developed himself. In terms of power, the improved version of the Soul Hook Hand was above the original. Fear flashed in the eyes of the West Mountain Old Ancestor. Then, his eyes lost all light and he fell to the ground softly. He had killed so many opponents with the soul-hooking palm in his life that he had lost count. Who would have thought that in the end, he would also be defeated by the soul-hooking palm? This was the cycle of the heavens. Lin Yi casually threw the West Mountain Elder's spirit into the space in the jade pendant, and then put the storage bag at the old man's waist into his pocket. The more powerful the bad guy, the richer he was. This time he would probably make a fortune again. When he had met young Master Lu and the others in the YC, they did not even have a storage bag, so Lin Yi had almost no interest in collecting the spoils of war. The West Mountain Elder was different. He was a super bad guy who controlled the Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the Poison Eye Mercenary Corps. Anything valuable would eventually be in his hands. Brother Lin, you actually killed the West Mountain Elder? Isn't your strength improving too fast? Qi Wenhan was worried about Lin Yi. So he had been watching him and the West Mountain Elder from the corner. He had just been frightened by the West Mountain Elder's angry attack, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. Lin Yi had easily completed the process of suppressing, and then killing the West Mountain Elder. The dignified West Mountain Elder did not even have the ability to fight back. He was finished so easily. I said that as long as the West Mountain Elder dared to come, he can forget about going back. You just didn't believe me. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He really did not want to be pretentious, but no one believed him when he said the truth. Qi Wenhan was speechless. Before the West Mountain Elder came, who would believe Lin Yi's words? Back then he was chased everywhere. How long has it been since then? And you say that you can kill the West Mountain Old Sect Master. Who would believe that? Who would believe that? The minions who came with the West Mountain Old Master originally wanted to cheer, and then watch the West Mountain Old Master show his power. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi killed him in 2 or 3 moves. After a moment of daze, they immediately shouted and turned around to run. Since Lin Yi could kill the people of the West Mountain Old Master, killing them was like crushing a group of ants. If they didn't run now, were they going to wait for death here? The pitiful old sect master of the West Mountain, who was just enjoying his limitless glory, now died without anyone to collect his corpse. How miserable was this? Lin Yi frowned slightly. He smiled apologetically at Qi Wenhan and said, Brother Qi, I'm really sorry. I didn't think things through. Killing someone at your wedding is too inauspicious. Brother Lin, what are you saying? If I don't kill this old thing, how can I be at ease and marry Luoluo? Even if you cut him into pieces here, it doesn't matter. It will add a little more joy to the wedding, let alone his corpse. Qi Wenhan shook his head nonchalantly. This was not nonsense. Lin Yi had killed the West Mountain Old Master. His heart immediately calmed down. Other than gratitude, there was still gratitude. Why would he blame the corpse for being inauspicious? I'd better deal with this guy's corpse first. It's not appropriate to leave it here. Lin Yi thought for a moment. He walked over and threw the West Mountain Old Master's corpse out of the living room. Before it hit the ground, a mixture of alchemic fire flew over and completely enveloped the corpse. In a breath's time it turned to ashes. The ashes did not fall. Lin Yi waved his hand and sent a wave of true energy out of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Only then did it scatter with the wind. From now on, there would be no West Mountain Old Master in the world. The people of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency received the news. Cheers rang out everywhere. The West Mountain Old Master was a huge mountain that weighed down on the agency. They did not expect him to fall at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency today. From now on, the name of the South Continent's #1 escort agency would be resounding once again. After Qi Wenhan's joy, he walked over to Lin Yi with some worry. He whispered, "Brother Lin, the Poison Eye mercenary band does not belong to the West Mountain Old Master alone. There are also spirit beasts behind them. Otherwise, that old man's disciple would not have taken the spirit beast guard team to wander around." Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Now that he thought about it, it was true. The South Continent had almost become the world of the spirit beasts. How could ordinary people have so many spirit beast experts as guards? There must be something fishy about this. What is the relationship between the spirit beasts and the West Mountain Old Master? Didn't they say that the Poison Eye mercenary band is the West Mountain Old Master's private army? Why would the spirit beasts help him? Lin Yi asked casually. Although he did not want to offend the spirit beasts, he was not afraid of them. As long as it was not an expert at the level of a spirit beast elder who came looking for him, the most he could do was run. With his ghostly speed wings and the lightning escape technique, it would not be that easy to catch him. I'm not too sure about the specifics. In Y-Arc City or the Y-Arc Territorial Waters, the West Mountain Old Master is the leader of the human race. Or rather, he is the spokesperson chosen by the spirit beasts. That's the general idea. The Poison Eye mercenary band is controlled by the West Mountain Old Master, but the one who usually makes the decisions is his disciple. The spirit beasts have sent many experts to protect that Lu brat. It can be said that both sides benefit from the Poison Eye mercenary band. Qi Wenhan organized his words and roughly explained the situation. Although it was not very detailed, it was more than enough for Lin Yi. If that's the case, after the West Mountain Old Master and that Lu brat died, the Poison Eye mercenary band became the spirit beasts. What are they unhappy about? I'm helping them, Lin Yi said with a smile. Of course this was nonsense. It did not matter whether the West Mountain Old Master died or not. The true control of the Poison Eye mercenary band was in the hands of the spirit beasts. On the surface, it seemed like the West Mountain Old Master's private army. However, the entire South Continent territorial waters were already controlled by the spirit beasts. What did a mere Poison Eye mercenary band count for? Brother Lin, no matter what, you killed the spokesperson of the spirit beasts. I'm afraid they will not take this lying down. Qi Wenhan looked worried. Compared to the West Mountain Old Master, the spirit beasts were clearly a more frightening existence. Lin Yi could kill the West Mountain Old Master, but he might not be able to face the spirit beast's revenge. Chapter 6151. That's true. In any case, everyone in my equals Heaven Escort Agency will advance and retreat with you, Brother Lin. No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Qi Wenhan laughed heartily. His heart was filled with pride. So what if he was a spirit beast? At most, we'll just return to our previous situation. Hurry up and go. I can't wait to drink your wedding wine. Lin Yi didn't dwell on this topic. He smiled and waved his hand to dismiss Qi Wenhan. Then, he began to think about how to deal with the spiritual beast's counterattack. Although Lin Yi made it sound easy, he actually placed great importance on the spiritual beasts. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if he couldn't beat them, he could always escape. Bringing Li Zhaoyi with him was no big deal. However, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was still in the Y-Arc territorial waters. If the spiritual beasts took their anger out on them, how could Lin Yi feel good about it? It wasn't possible for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to withdraw from the Y-Arc territorial waters and develop in the North or Middle Islands. After all, their roots were in South Continent. Even if they didn't have the space to develop elsewhere, it wouldn't be easy for them to establish a foothold there. Meanwhile, the spiritual beasts who had fled the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had already sent word back to their base in the Y-Arc territorial waters. The spiritual beast leader in charge of the Y-Arc territorial waters was furious. There were actually people in South Continent who dared to touch the spokesperson of the spiritual beasts, and they had even killed a few of their experts. That was simply outrageous. In just a short while, the spiritual beast experts roaming Y-Arc City had gathered and surrounded the Heavens Equal Escort Agency behind the Y-Arc territorial waters commander. Lin Yi's divine sense had been monitoring the situation in Y-Arc City. How could he not know about the spiritual beast clan's massive presence? Thus, before the spiritual beasts had completely surrounded the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, Lin Yi had already arrived at the main entrance. He stood alone with his hands behind his back, unafraid as he waited for the large group of spiritual beast experts to swarm over. The Y-Arc Spirit Beast Commander was taken aback. There was no need to continue the encirclement. With a wave of his hand, all the spirit beasts stopped behind him and obeyed his orders. They had the aura of an iron-blooded army. Lin Yi was secretly alarmed. Spirit beasts had always been known for their individual combat prowess. In small-scale battles of the same level, they had an absolute advantage. However, in a battle between two armies, they could not be compared to a human cultivator army. They were like a plate of loose sand. But now, the spirit beasts of a small city like Y-Arc already seemed to be no weaker than a human cultivator army. This was a rather frightening matter. You are Ling Yi, the human cultivator who killed West Mountain Old Sect Master and several experts under my command? The spiritual beast commander's gaze was as cold as a knife as it stared at Lin Yi. Don't be fooled by the crude and bold appearance of the spiritual beast commander. In reality, he was meticulous and extremely calm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to assume the position of commander. It was precisely because he could tell that Lin Yi seemed to have something to rely on that this fellow had changed his mind at the last minute and wanted to probe Lin Yi's background first. That's right. I killed them all. Lin Yi smiled faintly. There was no need to hide this matter. Furthermore, there was no point in denying it. The two fish that had escaped the net were watching him from behind the spiritual beast commander. How dare you? Since you've already admitted to it, then obediently surrender. This commander can still leave you with an intact corpse. The spiritual beast commander raised his hand and waved it forward. Immediately, two spiritual beast experts rushed forward from the left and right, prepared to capture Lin Yi. These two were early-stage spiritual beast experts. The spiritual beast commander had sent them out with the intention of probing Lin Yi. In reality, he knew that he would not be able to capture him. If it was so easy to capture Lin Yi, West Mountain Old Sect Master would not have been killed so easily. These two spiritual beast experts could not defeat West Mountain Old Sect Master even if they joined forces. Facing the two early-stage spiritual beast experts rushing over, Lin Yi's expression was extremely calm. He did not even bother to take out his hands from behind his back and directly lifted his leg to kick. Raging flame thousand legs. The leg shadows that were wrapped in flames easily hit the two spiritual beast experts. The two early-stage spiritual beast experts flew back at a speed faster than when they came. Luckily, their physical bodies were strong, and Lin Yi did not want to kill them. Thus, after returning to the spiritual beast formation, they stabilized themselves and did not suffer any injuries. You do have some ability. However, do you think that you can challenge the spiritual beast clan with such a standard? The spiritual beast commander smiled faintly. The failure of his two subordinates was completely within his expectations. However, if Lin Yi was only at this level, then he would definitely die today. The spiritual beast clan is only SOSO. You have not even ascertained my identity, yet you want to capture me. Do you think that just because you have good teeth you can swallow anyone? Lin Yi's expression was calm and collected, but his tone was even more unyielding. He did not back down in the slightest. The spirit beast leader's heart skipped a beat. The more confident Lin Yi was, the more he didn't dare to act rashly. People who were meticulous would inevitably be overcautious and overcautious. If he had met a reckless person, he would have thrown caution to the wind and launched an all-out attack on the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. If that happened, Lin Yi would have had no other choice but to flee with everyone else. What is your identity? Tell me so that I can get to know you. What kind of amazing person has come to Arc City? The spiritual beast commander laughed heartily and took the opportunity to ask questions. If Lin Yi did not have an astonishing identity, he would definitely make this fellow beg for death. As the dignified spiritual beast commander of Arc City, how could he be casually toyed with by just anyone? Fine, then listen carefully. My real name is Lin Yi, disciple of the 3 Great Pavilions on the North Island, owner of the Tiandan Pavilion on the Middle Island, black-level alchemist, honorary deputy head of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, honorary vice president of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, honorary vice captain of the Okuda Fleet's ancient warship, strategic partner of the Central Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi stated his identity in a very casual way, not looking at the spirit beast leader specifically, but his divine sense was carefully capturing the slightest change in expression on the spirit beast leader's face. Whether it was a disciple of the North Island, the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion, or even a black-level alchemist, the spiritual beast commander's lips curled into a faint disdainful smile. These identities might have been very respectable on other islands, but this was South Continent. The spiritual beast clan did not care about disciples of the 3 Great Pavilions on the North Island, nor did they care about black-level alchemists, because their demand for elixirs was very low. As for the honors and whatnot that came after, it was even more laughable. What did these identities have to do with the spiritual beast clan? Why did this fellow think that the spiritual beast clan would care about these worthless identities? Chapter 6152. Lin Yi curled up the corner of his mouth. As expected, the spirit beast clan colluded with the center, and this spirit beast leader obviously knew some secrets. The reason why he first said a long list of identities that were destined to be useless was to throw out the last statement that he was the strategic partner of the Chamber of Commerce. If he said this at the beginning, the purpose of his coming to Southland would be obvious. Obviously, he came for the center. He wanted to keep a low profile, and it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the center. But things were different now. He had a long list of useful and useless identities, and the spirit beasts wouldn't suspect him at all. The main thing he wanted to say was that he was the strategic partner of the Central Chamber of Commerce. After that, he even mentioned West Island and meeting Elder Azure Dragon there, as if he was casting a wide net, trying to use all kinds of identities to make the spirit beasts wary. The eyes of the spirit beast leader kept changing. If what Lin Yi said was true, then it was really difficult for him to arrest Lin Yi with his identity. It seemed that he had to report to the center and ask for instructions. Ha ha ha. You are really a distinguished guest. I didn't expect that you even know our Elder Azure Dragon. In this case, please stay in the Chitian Escort Agency for a few more days, and let me contact Elder Azure Dragon to ask for instructions. Let's see if there is a chance for you to meet your old friend again. The spirit beast leader looked up to the sky and laughed, but he never mentioned the words of the Chamber of Commerce. This was the secret of the spirit beast clan. Even if Lin Yi was really the strategic partner of the Chamber of Commerce, he would not say it on this occasion. Therefore, this guy could only casually use the excuse of Elder Azure Dragon to calm Lin Yi down first. After asking for instructions from the top, he would decide how to deal with Lin Yi. That's the best. It has been several years since we parted from West Island. I also want to meet Elder Azure Dragon. Of course, he is busy and it is normal that he can't leave. Anyway, these days I will attend my brother Chi Wonhan's wedding in the Chitian Escort Agency and catch up. If Elder Azure Dragon is free, I would like to visit him. Lin Yi was just making things up. He'd only met Elder Azure Dragon once, and they'd only exchanged a few words. There was no such thing as friendship between them. If Azure Dragon knew that Lin Yi had seen him in the South Island, he might come to kill Lin Yi directly. Lin Yi understood that the Spirit Beast Commander was secretly warning him not to leave Arc City for the time being. This would give the Spirit Beast clan more time to investigate whether what Lin Yi had said was true. Everything else did not matter. What mattered was the Central's attitude. Since it was confirmed that the spirit beasts were indeed connected to the Central, Lin Yi was almost certain that nothing would happen to him. The one-year armistice agreement was far from over. But this was not the main point. The main point was that the center did not dare to act recklessly against Lin Yi, especially in the South Continent. If something went wrong, the arrangements here were likely to be exposed. If the Spirit Beast clan had gotten rid of Lin Yi without knowing anything, the Central would have clapped their hands in glee. But since they knew, they definitely could not allow the Spirit Beast clan to do anything. Young Master Lin is too polite. In that case, I will go back and report to the Azure Dragon Elder and see if he is free. Don't worry, there will be news very soon. When that time comes, I will pay a visit and inform young Master Lin. The Spirit Beast commander pretended to be courteous, then quickly cupped his hands and bid his farewells. As for the Azure Dragon Elder that he had mentioned, the two of them did not take it seriously. How could the dignified Azure Dragon Elder have time to bother with a little fellow who had not even reached the mountain opening stage? Take care, Lord Commander. If you have time, come over for a cup of tea and a chat. Lin Yi casually cupped his fists and sent the Spirit Beast commander off. Qi Wenhan's wedding was about to begin, so he hurriedly sent these spirit beasts away so that he could attend. With a wave of his hand, the Spirit Beast commander brought away many of the sea beast experts beside him. However, there were still some who did not leave. Instead, they spread out in all directions and surrounded the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Lin Yi shrugged, turned around and walked inside. He did not care at all about this kind of overt surveillance. If he really wanted to escape, even 10 times the number of people would not be able to stop him. Since they liked to stay outside, then let them be. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was filled with a joyous atmosphere, unaffected by the Spirit Beast clan outside. Lin Yi also quickly blended into the atmosphere. The wedding preparations had all been completed long ago. Although there were many fewer people, it was still carried out smoothly. Everything was in accordance with the rules. Qi Wenhan and Xia Luoluo had gone through a lot of hardships, so they were already satisfied that they could bow to heaven and earth and get married. On the other side, the Spirit Beast commander hurriedly returned to his lair. Using the communication device provided by the Central, he got in touch with the Spirit Beast clan on the South Island. The details of Lin Yi's matter and the meeting were reported to the higher-ups. After the higher-ups of the Spirit Beast clan received the news, they confirmed it with the Central, the strategic partner of the Central Chamber of Commerce. When Miss Luan heard this term, she could not help but feel a little stunned. Fortunately, there was a detailed description of the meeting between the Spirit Beast commander and Lin Yi. In particular, every conversation between them was recorded. Therefore, she did not suspect that Lin Yi was testing the Spirit Beast clan. Lin Yi is really troublesome. He can't find peace no matter where he goes. However, it's not impossible for him to say that. At least at this stage, we do have some cooperation with him. He probably can't withstand the pressure from the Spirit Beast clan. That's why he casually mentioned our name, right? A man in a cloak beside Miss Luan said calmly. Obviously, he was also very familiar with Lin Yi. Perhaps. This fellow is indeed troublesome. He just ruined our plans on the extreme North Island. Why did he run to the South Continent? Miss Luan frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Lin Yi's appearance in the South Continent was definitely not a good thing. However, before he caused any damage, she did not want to provoke him easily. Every time they thought they had it in the bag, it would always slip in the wrong direction, and the main reason was Lin Yi. Tell the Spirit Beast clan not to provoke Lin Yi, but they cannot ignore him either. Just send someone to watch him in secret. Don't do anything else. I want to know what exactly he is going to the South Continent for. Remember, do not expose the relationship between the Spirit Beast clan and the Central. Do you understand? Miss Luan tapped her fingers lightly on the table and finally made up her mind. Understood. Inform the Spirit Beast clan immediately. The communications staff at the Central immediately conveyed Miss Luan's message to the South Island. After many layers of communication, it was already the afternoon of the next day when the Spirit Beast commander in Y-Arc City received a reply. At the same time, one of the higher-ups of the Spirit Beast clan arrived at Y-Arc City. Chapter 6153. At that moment, Lin Yi, Qi Wenhan, and the others were drinking tea and chatting in the pavilion in the back garden of the escort agency. They had received news that the leader of the spirit beasts had brought people to visit Lin Yi. The big shots of the spirit beasts have arrived. Brother Qi, come with me to meet them. Lin Yi smiled and stood up to call out to Qi Wenhan. His divine sense had already known who had arrived. To be honest, he was quite surprised. You guys go ahead. I will stay here and chat with Miss Li Zhao. Xiaoluoluo smiled gently at Qi Wenhan. She did not want to get involved in these matters. Furthermore, Lin Yi had not asked them to go together, so she naturally would not follow. All right, Brother Lin and I will go take a look first. Qi Wenhan nodded and hurriedly got up to follow Lin Yi. He had heard that Lin Yi had faced the spirit beasts alone at the entrance yesterday. As the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he could not let Lin Yi face the spirit beasts alone today. Lin Yi did not think too much about it. He had brought Qi Wenhan along because he felt that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had a chance to build a good relationship with the spirit beasts. Since the South Continent was already under the control of the spirit beasts, having a good relationship with them would allow the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to have a better chance of survival. Elder Green Dragon, I did not expect you to come personally. I should have been the one paying a visit. How rude of me. Lin Yi immediately smiled and cupped his fists as soon as he entered the living room. The high-ranking member of the Spirit Beast clan was the newly appointed Elder Green Dragon, whom Lin Yi had met once on the West Island. This was a genuine expert of the sea-splitting stage, so Lin Yi naturally did not dare to slight him. As for the Spirit Beast leader of the Y-Arc City, Lin Yi also gave him a simple greeting. After all, he was in charge of the Y-Arc territorial waters, and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency still had to listen to him. Qi Wenhan had also met Elder Green Dragon before, but he had never had the opportunity to approach such an important person. He had not expected this great figure to come today, so he hurriedly followed behind Lin Yi and greeted him respectfully. Master Lin, you're too courteous. You and I hit it off right from the start. I heard that Master Lin is coming to the Y-Arc region and I happen to be in the nearby region. Hence, I rushed over to meet you and reminisce about old times. I hope you don't mind my intrusion, said Elder Green Dragon with a warm smile. Then, he waved his hand casually, indicating that the two of them did not need to be so polite. It is the honor of the younger generation like us that Elder Green Dragon has come. Is an honor. Elder Greenie, Lin Yi and Greenie. When an ordinary cultivator saw a sea-splitting stage expert, it was already good enough to stand and talk nicely. Who would be as relaxed as Lin Yi? Even though Elder Green Dragon did not release his aura, that faint pressure was enough to make Qi Wenhan break out in a cold sweat. It was the same for the spirit beast leader beside him. With Elder Green Dragon around, his entire body was tense, and he did not dare to relax. Only Lin Yi did not show any signs of abnormality. It's rare for Master Lin to come to South Continent. As the host, I naturally have to entertain you well. If Master Lin has any needs, please let me know. In South Continent, my words still count, Elder Green Dragon said with a laugh. His attitude was extremely gentle, and he did not seem like a super sea-splitting stage expert at all. Instead, he seemed like a neighbor's elder, which made Lin Yi feel extremely strange. He really could not understand why Elder Green Dragon was so polite to him. This time it could be said that it was for the sake of the center, but last time in West Island Elder Green Dragon already had this attitude. What did he see in him? Although Elder Green Dragon called Master Lin, in fact, Lin Yi knew very well that he would not be polite because of the need for medicinal pellets. The Spirit Beast clan had never been interested in medicinal pellets. Thank you, Elder Green Dragon. This junior came here just to attend Brother Qi's wedding, and accompany a friend of mine to wander around the South Continent Sea to see if there are any opportunities for exploration. I dare not trouble Elder Green Dragon. Lin Yi was telling the truth, but he could not tell Elder Green Dragon the most important purpose. I see. When I came here just now, I noticed that this little friend Qi is Master Lin's newly married friend, right? I came in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any congratulatory gifts. Just take the little things around you to make up the number. Elder Green Dragon smiled and took off a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Qi Wenhan. Qi Wenhan hurriedly stood up and bowed as he received it with both hands. Thank you, Elder Green Dragon, for your generous gift. This junior really does not deserve it. Even if Elder Green Dragon had given him a brick, Chi Wonhan would still thank him gratefully, let alone an exquisite jade pendant. This was an elder of the Spirit Beast clan. In the future, in Y-Arc City, ordinary spirit beasts would not dare to provoke the Heavens Equal Escort Agency lightly. It's not anything good, please excuse me. I came across this jade pendant by chance. It is said that it can withstand an all-out attack from a beginner earth-opening realm expert. It is of no use to me, so I only carry it around as a decoration. It might be of some use to Chi Wonhan. Elder Green Dragon waved his hand nonchalantly and explained the effects of the jade pendant. Chi Wonhan was instantly delighted. He had originally thought that it was an ordinary jade bottle, but it was not. This was equivalent to having an extra life. After expressing his sincere thanks again, Chi Wonhan put away the jade pendant and returned to his chair. This junior also thanks Elder Green Dragon on behalf of Brother Chi. I have made Elder Green Dragon spend so much money. Linny smiled and cupped his fists. He knew that Elder Green Dragon was giving Chi Wonhan something because of him, so he still had to thank him. Without waiting for Elder Green Dragon to speak, Linny continued. There is one matter that this junior would like to apologize to Elder Green Dragon about. It is about the West Mountain Elder. Master Lin, don't take it to heart. He is just an insignificant character. If he wants to die, who can he blame? Elder Green Dragon waved his hand and interrupted Lin Yi with an unconcerned expression. Elder Green Dragon really did not care about the West Mountain Elder. He was just a representative chosen to manage the human race. If he died, then so be it. Someone else could do the same. In any case, the mastermind behind the scenes was the Spirit Beast race, so it did not matter who the representative was. The Spirit Beast commander standing beside Elder Green Dragon rolled his eyes and took the opportunity to bow. Elder, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency is still very famous in the various seas of the South Continent. It is the leader of the 5 major escort agencies. The next escort agency event will also be hosted by the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. It will be held in the Y-Arc Sea region. Elder Green Dragon turned around and gave the Spirit Beast commander a satisfied look. This kid is not bad. He is quite clever. Chapter 6154. Linny didn't expect Azure Dragon to be so easygoing. Not only did he not care about the West Mountain Elders matter, he even helped the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Why did he do this? Chi Wonhan was ecstatic. With this, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would become the overlord of the South Continent Sea. With the support of the spiritual beasts, who would dare to touch the Heavens Equal Escort Agency? However, Chi Wonhan knew very well who had brought these people. So before Linny said anything, he didn't dare to easily agree. He could only look eagerly at Lin Yi. Brother Chi, you should thank Elder Azure Dragon properly. This is a rare opportunity. Do well in the future. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at Chi Wonhan. With the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the spiritual beasts, it would be much easier to inquire about the Central's plans in the South Continent. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency would have an easier time gathering information. Thank you, Elder Azure Dragon. Chi Wonhan hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. He sincerely thanked Azure Dragon and the spiritual beasts. Azure Dragon naturally didn't care about Chi Wonhan's gratitude. After saying a few more words of encouragement, he stood up and said goodbye. Master Lin, I still have some matters to attend to. I won't stay any longer. If you have time, feel free to come and chat with me. Remember, if you need anything in the South Continent Sea, I will definitely do it. Thank you, Elder Azure Dragon. If I need anything, I won't hesitate. Linny really couldn't understand why Elder Azure Dragon was so polite to him. However, he couldn't ask directly. It was really hard to hold back. They all stood up and walked out together. Linny and Chi Wonhan saw Azure Dragon and Chi Wonhan out of the door. Then they cupped their hands to bid farewell. When they returned to the door, Chi Wonhan still felt like he was in a dream. His whole body felt like it was floating. Brother Lin, we were talking to Elder Azure Dragon just now. That's a real super expert at the sea-splitting stage. He's too amazing. Chi Wonhan suddenly grabbed Lin Yi's hand and cried out. For a weak cultivator like him, a sea-splitting stage master was no different from an idol. To be able to see one with his own eyes and chat over tea with him was truly a blessing. Brother Chi, you don't have to be so excited, right? He's just a sea-splitting expert. As long as we cultivate diligently, we'll be able to become sea-splitting experts or even heaven-shattering experts in the future. Linny smiled faintly. The Azure Dragon Elder was really nothing in his eyes. There was still the real Azure Dragon ghost in the space of the Jade Pendant. In the future, his strength wouldn't be something that a mere sea-splitting stage could stop. Any powerhouse that seemed unreachable would be a goal that Linny would strive to surpass. Therefore, there wasn't any feeling of worship. Qi Wenhan was ultimately not Linny. Although he felt that what Linny said made sense, he was still extremely excited and couldn't help but talk non-stop. Instead, he didn't care too much about the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's rise in status. In any case, Linny was very satisfied that the matter had been resolved so easily. The next step was to contact Languza and continue to inquire about the Central's arrangements in South Continent, as well as to accompany Li Zhaoyi in the search for the ruins. When night fell, Linny went alone to the seaside at the edge of Arc City. After making sure that no one was watching, he took out Languza's communication bead and placed it in the seawater to activate it. Languza's image quickly appeared. He looked at Linny with a face full of excitement and said, "Boss, you've come to South Continent? That's great. I've already reached Arc City. Where are you guys? Weren't you supposed to reach the Arc waters first?" Linny raised his finger and pointed at Arc City behind him. He was a little speechless. He had clearly left for so many days and had no idea where he had wandered off to. In the future, he really couldn't let Languza lead the team. "Boss, I also don't know where we are now. Hurry up and rescue us." Languza had a rare look of shame on his face. However, the meaning behind his words made Lin Yi's heart sink. "What happened? Tell me slowly. What exactly happened?" Lin Yi's expression was solemn. Languza and the other three were rather strong. Could they have encountered an attack by sea beasts that were at least at the Earth opening stage? "Boss, after we lost our way in the sea fog, we don't know where we are now. Although those flying beasts didn't cause us any trouble, we have no way of leaving the sea fog region. Now that I'm trying to contact you, I can't sense the specific location of the communication bead." Languza explained in detail this time around. Perhaps Hao Zili was helping him organize his words. Linny heaved a sigh of relief, but he still frowned deeply. Languza and the other three had actually gotten lost in the sea fog? Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened. Although this fellow's divine sense wasn't as strong as Lin Yi's, it was definitely stronger than the cultivators of Heaven Island. At the very least, it was much stronger than Li Zhaoyi's. Even without the compass and map, with Languza's divine sense to scout ahead, they shouldn't have gotten lost in the sea fog. "Are you guys okay?" Linny rubbed his forehead. He didn't know what to do at the moment. He had to first confirm the four's safety before anything else. "We're all fine, we've just been wandering around in the sea fog. Boss, hurry up and pick us up." Languza suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Boss, the bead that I gave you can roughly sense my location. Look at the light emitted from the surface of the bead in the seawater. The spot with the densest light is in the direction of where I am. Although I can't sense the bead, boss, you should be able to find us through it." "Let me see." Linny hurriedly wrapped the communication bead in the sea water with his divine sense. After a careful observation, he found that the light emitted from the surface was somewhat different. If one didn't look carefully, they might think that the light was very uniform, but with Lin Yi's divine sense, he could easily distinguish that there was a point in the halo that had a particularly intense blue light. It should be the direction that Languza had mentioned. There is indeed a point in the halo that is more intense. "Languza, do you mean that I should follow this direction to find you? What is the approximate distance?" After asking this question, Linny felt that he was wasting his breath. Languza had said that he couldn't sense the communication bead, so how could he know the approximate distance? Sure enough, Languza just smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was really rare to see this guy show a helpless expression. Chapter 6155. Judging from the direction indicated by the bead, Languza and the others had indeed arrived at the sea near the South Continent. This would be troublesome. If they got lost on the way to the central island, the possibility of Linny finding them would be higher. "Boss, we won't go anywhere now. We'll just stay here and wait for you. I'll take them to the sea." There won't be any danger. Languza smiled again. As long as Linny took action, he felt that nothing would be a problem. By the way, will you also be affected by the sea fog when you enter the sea? Linny found that he had always neglected this point. As the royal family of the sea beasts, Languza's ability to adapt to the sea was not as simple as he thought. A mere sea fog shouldn't affect Languza, especially after he entered the sea. His ability to distinguish directions at the bottom of the sea was probably even easier than Lin Yi's divine sense in the air. Oh right, boss, I didn't notice it if you didn't mention it. Languza was obviously stunned. He shouldn't be affected by the sea fog when he was in the sea. So, I seem to be restricted by some invisible force. Even if I dive into the sea, I can't escape the influence of the sea fog. I originally thought that this was the special sea fog of the heavenly island, but now that I think about it, it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems that you have entered a restriction. Don't worry. If there is no danger, don't move. I'll find you soon. Linny understood in his heart. Languza and the others were really unlucky. It seemed that it would not be easy to rescue the four of them. I understand. Boss, don't worry. We won't move. We'll wait for Boss to find us. But this place is very strange. Boss, if you are not sure, don't take the risk. If you are also trapped, then it's all over. Languza nodded solemnly and gave a serious warning at the same time. He really wanted to get out of danger, but he absolutely couldn't let Linny fall into danger because of this. I know, take care of yourself. That's all for now, keep in touch. Linny smiled slightly. He was very touched by Languza's worry. This guy was usually careless, but he also had a careful side at critical moments. After ending the call with Languza, Linny put away the communication bead and rushed back to the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. He called Li Zhaoyi out and prepared to leave. Brother Lin, why are you suddenly leaving? Qi Wenhan hurriedly came out and asked. If Linny wanted to leave, of course he would inform him, so he brought Xia Luoluo and ran over. As for his father, Linny didn't inform him as well, so only Qi Wenhan, Xia Luoluo, and her husband knew that they were leaving. Brother Qi, I have friends who are lost, so I have to go and pick them up. When I'm done, I'll come back to find you, so don't worry too much. Linny did not explain in detail. After a few simple sentences, he was about to leave. Qi Wenhan did not want him to stay, so he could only settle for the next best thing. Brother Lin, your friends are my friends. I'm very familiar with the Southern Sea. Where did they get lost? If I go with you, it should be easier to find them. No need. There are still many things for Brother Qi to deal with here. Moreover, you and your wife are newlyweds, so it's not suitable for you to run around. Don't worry, I have a general direction. It'll be very easy to find them. If there's really no other way, I'll ask Brother Qi for help. Linny tactfully declined Qi Wenhan's suggestion. He could handle this matter on his own. As for Qi Wenhan, it would be more useful to stay here and help him gather information. Seeing that Linny was resolute, Qi Wenhan did not say anything else. Together with Xia Luoluo, they escorted Linny and Li Zhaoyi out of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Originally, they had wanted to see them all the way to the pier, but Linny had refused. In the end, they had waved goodbye at the main entrance. After leaving the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, Linny and Li Zhaoyi sped along the way. Soon, they arrived at the pier to retrieve their flying spirit beast. They did not collect the extra spirit jade they had paid earlier and immediately took off and left Arc City. Fortunately, after Azure Dragon had visited, the restrictions placed on Linny and Xia Luoluo had been lifted. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome to leave. It would not have been so easy. Li Zhaoyi did not ask any questions as she was dragged out by Linny. Her expression was extremely calm, as if it did not matter where Linny wanted to go, or what he wanted to do. All she needed to do was follow Linny. After flying out of Arc City, Linny confirmed the direction and took the initiative to explain to Li Zhaoyi, "Before I came here, a few friends had already arrived in southern continent. Now, I have received news that they are lost in the sea fog, so we are going to find them now." "Yes, you just told Qi Wenhan this," Li Zhaoyi said indifferently as she nodded her head lightly. Lin Yi's words were a little vague before, but the general meaning was the same. There wasn't much of a difference. Linny scratched his head. For a moment he did not know what to say. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't know how long we will have to fly in this direction. Along the way, there are places we have not been to before, so you can take a look at the compass. Perhaps you will find the location of the ruins. Yes, you are right. I will take a look now. Li Xiaoyi nodded her head calmly. Then she took out the jade compass and carefully looked at it. Actually, the probability of the ruins appearing in the sea was very low. It was most likely on some island, so looking at it now, it should not be able to see anything. Linny felt a little strange. Why did Li Xiaoyi become so cold and cheerless again? This strange girl was really interesting. He really could not understand what she was thinking, but now was not the time to care about her. He would wait until he found Languza and the others. After flying a certain distance, Linny would control the flying spirit beast to reduce its speed. He would wrap the communication bead with his vital energy and immerse it in the sea. Then, he would use his divine sense to observe the intensity of the light on the surface of the bead, to ensure that they had not deviated from the correct direction. During this process, Languza would also reveal himself and say a few words to Linny about their situation. Basically, there were no changes. The four of them stayed in the same place and did not move. The sea beasts in the sea also did not come to cause trouble for them, so they were temporarily safe. After flying for a day, Linny and the others finally entered a mass of sea fog. Visibility decreased rapidly, and it became difficult to sense their direction. Chapter 6156. It's really strange. I've never heard of this kind of sea fog. It was rare for Li Xiaoyi to take the initiative to speak. The jade plate had not shown anything, and she was not in a hurry. However, after entering the sea fog, she felt that something was wrong. Little junior sister, don't you think that this sea fog does not seem to be completely natural? There are traces of it being man-made? Linny wrapped a small ball of sea fog with his genuine qi, and held it in front of his eyes to observe it carefully. He even used a trace of Dan fire to carefully burn it inside. Did you find anything? Li Xiaoyi shook her head and focused on the small ball of sea fog in front of Linny, but did not find anything wrong. I'm just guessing. I feel that there is something wrong with this sea fog. Linny withdrew his genuine qi and Dan fire. After the small ball of sea fog was burned, he did not find anything special. Look at the position of your friends. Perhaps they are very close, Li Xiaoyi said lightly. At the same time, she released her divine sense to check the surrounding situation. Although the range was not too large, it was many times stronger than the eyes. Linny nodded slightly and controlled his genuine qi to immerse the communication bead in the sea. After observing with divine sense, he could not help but frown slightly. It is indeed strange. The communication bead cannot locate Languza and the others. Linny sighed softly and put away the communication bead. The most intense light that represented the direction wandered around the surface of the bead. It was no different from a compass entering the sea fog with a magnetic field. But in this place the compass could be used. Unfortunately, following the compass did not necessarily mean that they would be able to get out. This also proves that they are nearby. Maybe we can find them by flying around. Li Xiaoyi comforted Lin Yi. What she said was indeed very reasonable. Previously, the communication bead was outside, so it could still indicate Languza's position. But Languza himself could not sense the location of the communication bead. Now that the communication bead had lost this function, it meant that the situation was basically the same for both sides. They were most likely in this sea fog area. Little junior sister, we'll have to rely on your help next. We'll each be responsible for scouting in one direction. This way, our divine senses can extend a little further, and the chances of finding them will be higher. Linny looked at Li Xiaoyi with a smile. It was not that he couldn't find it himself, but with Li Xiaoyi's help, it would be easier. In this way, the atmosphere between the two of them would be much more relaxed. Linny had to put in a lot of effort to get along with this strange girl. Li Xiaoyi did not refuse. She nodded and chose a direction, releasing her divine sense to explore with all her might. The two of them each took charge of one side while the flying spirit beast slowly glided above the surface of the sea. Unfortunately, Languza's group of four was nowhere to be seen. Not only that, there were no sea beasts in the sea and no flying beasts in the sky. Linny continued to probe with his divine sense. At the same time, he diverted his attention to ask the ghost, Senior Ghost, do you have any opinion on the situation here? Is there an array formation or restriction? Kid, your formation skills aren't weak. At least you can see some clues. That's right. There is indeed a formation in this sea fog area, but I can't see it clearly for a while. The ghost's divine sense also probed out of the space in the jade pendant and carefully examined the surrounding situation. With his primordial spirit cultivation, it was easy to hide from Li Zhaoyi, so he was not worried about being discovered. After a while, the ghost retracted its divine sense and praised. Amazing! The sea fog in this sea fog area is naturally formed and has a natural maze effect. Later, it was perfected by an extremely powerful formation master, so it's very difficult to find traces of a formation. If it weren't for the myriad amplification formation diagram, even I might not be able to get out of this maze. So, you can break the formation now? Linny was relieved. It was good to have the ghost by his side. It could even break a natural formation like this. Break the formation? Kid, don't overestimate me. The power of this formation is not as simple as you think. It's good enough that you can leave, but you still want to break the formation? The ghost snorted. Its words were full of praise for this formation. Hearing this, Linny was speechless. This ghost was a genuine level 9 formation master, but even he couldn't break the formation and could only find a way to leave. This showed how powerful this formation was. Could it be that it had already surpassed the scope of a level 9 formation? Wouldn't it be more powerful than ancient formations like the Starfall formation and the 10,000-mile formation? Kid, I have to warn you first. Right now, you are still at the periphery of this formation. If you continue to go deeper, I can't guarantee that you can leave. Although this is only a maze and there is no danger to your life, if you are trapped inside, it's hard to say how long it will take for you to get out. Think carefully about whether you want to leave or not. The ghost reminded Lin Yi, then fell silent. Of course I have to go in. Languza and the others are still inside. I can't leave them alone. Senior Ghost, you have to work hard and study this maze. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He believed that the ghost wouldn't have any objections. As an advanced formation master, how could he face himself if he didn't study this kind of advanced formation that he couldn't break? Indeed, the ghost didn't object. With a snort, it began to seriously deduce this natural maze. Lin Yi focused on looking for Languza and the others. If he could find them and leave as soon as possible, he could avoid a lot of trouble. The flying spirit beast slowly moved forward for another half a day, but Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi still didn't find anything. Their current position had reached a point where even the ghost wasn't sure that it could leave. In other words, Lin Yi and the others were also lost in this sea fog. Not only did they fail to find Languza and the others, but they also lost their lives. This was definitely the worst outcome. During this time, Lin Yi also tried to use the communication bead to contact Languza again. Unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. Languza's position guidance became more and more chaotic. This kind of aimless advance could easily make people lose hope after a long time. Li Zhaoyi was the first to stop searching. Maintaining the highest intensity of the divine sense detection made her spirit very tired. She needed to rest for a while before continuing. Little junior sister, it's been hard on you, Lin Yi said in a low voice. He somewhat regretted bringing Li Zhaoyi along. He should have let her wait at the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. It's not hard at all. Li Zhaoyi glanced at Lin Yi and said lightly. Then she habitually took out the jade plate. Recently, she had almost never left her hand. Lin Yi didn't know if she really wanted to find the ruins. Chapter 6157. It's showing the location. Li Zhaoyi herself did not expect that the positional jade plate would really change. For a moment, she could not even speak properly. Lin Yi was slightly startled, but immediately understood what Li Zhaoyi was talking about. He hurriedly leaned over to look at the positional jade plate in her hand. Sure enough, a gray mist had appeared on the jade plate. In the center was a small white dot, and on the far left edge there was a small green dot that was slowly flashing. There's a reaction. The ruins are nearby. Lin Yi was overjoyed. No wonder this natural maze had been perfected. It turned out that it was to hide the ruins of the Pill Refinement Master. If an ordinary person came here, they might be trapped in the maze. However, as long as they had the positional jade plate in their hands, they only needed to follow the directions on it, and they would be able to reach the ruins. The green dot has disappeared, Li Xiaoyi exclaimed in a low voice. After the green dot at the edge was extinguished, it did not continue to flash, and then the white dot in the center began to slowly dim. Lin Yi slapped his forehead and immediately controlled the flying spirit beast to turn around and fly back. He guessed that the green dot represented the positional jade plate in Li Xiaoyi's hand. Because it was at the very edge of the display, if the direction was wrong, it would immediately fly out of the display range. Perhaps the white in the center represented the jade plate, and the green dot represented the ruins. It was not important. In any case, the meaning was the same. I got it. This is the right direction. Li Xiaoyi was so smart that she did not need Lin Yi's explanation to understand what it meant to turn around. Lin Yi controlled the flying spirit beast to fly a distance in all directions. He could already confirm that the green dot represented the jade plate in Li Xiaoyi's hand. With the guidance, no matter how exquisite the maze was, it would not be able to hinder Lin Yi and Li Xiaoyi, who could adjust the direction subtly at any time. Little junior sister, the location of the ruins has been confirmed. I hope you can help me find my 4 friends first before entering the ruins. Is that okay? Lin Yi was slightly hesitant. In the end, she was still worried about Languza and the others. Lin Yi, I think you should think about it from a different perspective. Trying to find your friends in this sea fog is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Instead of that, why don't you go to the ruins first? Firstly, you might find them on the way, and secondly, it might be easier to find their traces once you reach the ruins. Li Xiaoyi did not agree to continue searching for Languza and the others, but advised Lin Yi to go to the ruins first. Brat, you should listen to this girl. She's really thinking for you. This time, even the ghost spoke up to support Li Xiaoyi. Lin Yi was speechless for a moment. The ghost continued to persuade him. If you continue to run around like a headless fly, the chances of finding Languza and the others are slim. If you lose the direction again, it'll be troublesome. Are you sure that there's no time limit on the location jade plate? Moreover, after arriving at the ruins, you might be able to find the control hub of the formation. When that time comes, if you want to find someone, you can just completely disperse the sea fog. Lin Yi had to admit that the ghost's words were very reasonable. Compared to finding people by luck without a clue, it was easier to find the people in the formation by controlling the maze. The only thing that worried Lin Yi was that this maze was improved from a naturally formed formation. It was hard to say whether it could be completely controlled. Even a powerful formation master like the ghost could not guarantee that he could control a natural formation. At most, he could enter and exit it freely. After Li Xiaoyi finished speaking, she kept looking at Lin Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. In the end, Lin Yi nodded and said, "Little junior sister, what you said makes sense. Then let's go to the ruins first. Hopefully we can meet Languza and the others on the way." "Well, we'll definitely find them." Li Xiaoyi nodded slightly with a faint smile on her pretty face. She was very happy that Lin Yi was willing to listen to her suggestion. When the two of them first met, Li Xiaoyi was rejected by Lin Yi all the way. Immediately, the two of them controlled the flying spirit beasts and continued to move forward according to the display on the location jade plate. Many times they were clearly moving forward, but when the display showed them, they would always deviate from the direction and even fly back. Obviously, the maze did not lose its effect because of the location jade plate in their hands. Fortunately, Lin Yi was constantly adjusting the direction. Although the green dot on the location jade plate was a little twisted, it was still constantly approaching the white dot in the center. After more than half a day, the two dots finally almost overlapped. Unfortunately, Languza and the others still could not find it. Now, they could only pin their hopes on the control hub of the formation in the ruins. Judging from the display on the location jade plate, we should already be there. Did you find anything? Li Xiaoyi's divine sense spread out, but did not find the ruins. The surroundings were still misty, and there was only sea fog and seawater. Lin Yi also felt a little strange. His divine sense was much stronger than Li Xiaoyi's, and its range was also larger, but he also did not find the existence of the ruins. Judging from the distance ratio of the previous location jade plate, the range of his divine sense should be enough to cover the area after the two dots overlapped, unless the location shown on this location jade plate was not the location of the ruins. Little junior sister, are you sure this thing can guide us to the ruins? Or do you have any more descriptions of the ruins? For example, the ruins are actually at the bottom of the sea? Lin Yi's divine sense also extended into the sea, but it was not enough to see the bottom of the sea. The suppression of divine sense in the sea was stronger than that of the sea fog. He could only observe the situation about 800 meters below the sea surface at most. The last time he accompanied the will of heaven to Wangba's island to find the follow-up mental cultivation method of the creation battle art, there was a situation where the ruins sank into the sea at high tide. Therefore, he suspected that the ruins might have also sunk to the bottom of the sea. There's no detailed information or description. Now that the 2 points have completely overlapped, we should be on the ruins. Maybe it's really at the bottom of the sea? Li Xiaoyi felt a little embarrassed. She had dragged Lin Yi to explore, but there was only such an unreliable location jade plate. There was not even a detailed description of the appearance of the ruins. It was indeed a little unreasonable. If she had not come to find Languza and the others this time, she and Lin Yi would probably never have thought that the ruins were hidden in the sea fog. It would only be a waste of time and energy to fly around the entire South Continent. I'll go down and take a look first. Wait for me up there. Lin Yi's divine sense could not penetrate the bottom of the sea, so he could only dive into the sea himself to explore. With his strength, he did not have to worry about the pressure of the sea. Chapter 6158. Junior sister, if you go down, I have to take care of you. It's safer to stay up here. Lin Yi waved his hand, and without waiting for Li Xiaoyi to say more, he added, and you stay here and look at the directional jade plate. Maybe you will find something else. That's it, I'm going down. Li Xiaoyi opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally nodded. It seemed that she also felt that if she followed Lin Yi, she would only cause more trouble. Lin Yi's body was covered with genuine qi, and he jumped down from the flying spirit beast, separating the seawater and diving directly into it. The resistance had little effect on him, and soon he came to the limit of the previous exploration of the divine sense. As his body went deeper, the divine sense extended down again, but it was still bottomless. However, Lin Yi did not dare to continue to dive, because there was a vague powerful aura at the bottom of the sea. A sea beast at the peak of the earth opening stage? It's a bit troublesome. Lin Yi was confident that he could deal with a sea beast at the peak of the mountain opening stage, but he had no chance of winning against a sea beast at the peak of the earth opening stage, especially in the deep sea. If he really disturbed it, he would not be able to escape. Originally, he thought that there were no sea beasts in the range of the maze, but it seemed that it was not so. If the ruins were really below, Lin Yi felt that it was wise to give up temporarily, and it would not be too late to come back later when his strength improved. After a slight pause, Lin Yi began to float up and stay in the deep sea. If the sea beast at the peak of the earth opening stage found him, Li Xiaoyi would be in danger, so it was better to stay away as soon as possible. After returning to the flying spirit beast, Lin Yi immediately rose a lot, at least to stay away from the sea beast at the peak of the earth opening stage. Did you find anything? Li Xiaoyi saw that Lin Yi came up so quickly and controlled the flying spirit beast to pull up, and she knew what was going on below. I found a sea beast at the peak of the earth opening stage. If the ruins are below, we'd better give up. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. He wanted to enter the ruins to find the control hub of the maze, and then find Languza and the others. Now he could only pray that they would not be found by the sea beast at the peak of the earth opening stage. The peak of the earth opening stage? Li Xiaoyi was shocked. In front of such a powerful existence, she probably couldn't even resist its coercion. If there were really ruins below, she wouldn't have a chance to go in. His only hope was to see if the ruins would appear somewhere else. Lin Yi was also unwilling to give up. He reached out and took Li Xiaoyi's jade plate and carefully observed it. The white dot and the green dot completely overlapped. There was no mistake. The place where they stopped was where the ruins were. It should have been impossible to not see it at all. Moreover, the function of this jade plate was a little too weak. Was it really only capable of pointing out directions? Even so, he should have pointed out the exact location of the ruins in detail. It's really too strange. Is there any other function of this jade plate that we haven't discovered? Lin Yi muttered and subconsciously probed the inside of the jade plate with his divine sense. Before, he and Li Xiaoyi had tried to use their divine sense to check the inside of the jade plate, but they didn't find anything unusual. However, this time was obviously a little different. As soon as Lin Yi's divine sense penetrated the jade plate, The surface of the jade plate lit up with a faint light. The position where the white dot and the green dot overlapped became clearer. Li Xiaoyi was just about to say something when she saw a tiny beam of light rushing out from the center of the jade plate where the two dots overlapped. It scattered into countless tiny light rays above their heads and wrapped them in a spherical shape. "Look there! It's the entrance to the ruins!" Li Xiaoyi exclaimed and pointed below. There was originally nothing but sea fog and seawater. Now, as if a gust of wind had blown away the sea fog, a stone staircase was revealed. "There's really something strange about this jade plate," Linny secretly rejoiced. Without waiting for him to do anything, the ball formed by the tiny light rays slowly carried him and Li Xiaoyi away from the flying spirit beast and directly landed on the stone stairs. As they continued to descend, more stone stairs appeared in the sea fog. However, Lin Yi's divine sense couldn't observe these stone stairs, and he didn't know what was at the end of the stairs. When the two landed on the first step, the light ball closed again and turned into a straight line, pointing to the top of the stairs. It was obviously for the two to follow the light's guidance. "Little junior sister, follow behind me. Be careful," Linny said solemnly. He then lifted his foot and walked up. As far as his eyes could see, he could only see 10 steps. It was really hard to say if there was any danger. Li Xiaoyi nodded and followed Linny step by step, paying attention to their surroundings. Her divine sense and eyes could only see up to 10 steps, and beyond that was all the sea mist. There was nothing there. After climbing more than 90 steps, the two of them finally saw a rock platform at the end. Although they kept going up, there was still seawater surging around the platform. It was really strange. Linny had asked the ghost about it and found out that it was affected by the formation. Therefore, he did not care too much about it. He only hoped that he could find the control hub as soon as possible so that he could remove the restriction of the formation. After the two of them stepped onto the stone platform, the light from the jade plate completely disappeared. Clearly, it had completed its guiding function. "This is the relic?" Linny frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings in confusion. It was only when he stepped onto the platform that he was able to see it clearly. In reality, the entire rock platform was not that big. It was only the size of 2 basketball courts. Apart from the stone stairs, there were no other passages around the platform, and the platform was really just a platform. There was nothing on it. Wasn't it too simple to say that this was a relic left behind by an ancient alchemist? Li Xiaoyi poked her head out from behind Linny and looked around. Suddenly, she pointed to the center of the platform and said, "Look over there. Isn't there a groove on the ground?" Linny was slightly startled. Not only did he look with his eyes, but he also scanned the platform several times with his divine sense. He did not find any groove at all, not even a gap. However, following Li Xiaoyi's finger, he really saw a circular groove slightly lower than the ground. What's going on? It was very flat just now. Linny reached out to stop Li Xiaoyi, who was about to go forward, and whispered. At the same time, he observed the surrounding situation more carefully. "Linny, don't you think that the groove and the jade plate are very compatible?" Li Xiaoyi pointed to the jade plate in Lin Yi's hand and gestured at the groove in the center of the platform. Chapter 6159. He remembered that Li Xiaoyi had said that there were 2 identical jade plates in the pill hall, and the other one was in the hands of the Zheng family. He did not know if they were exactly the same. It would be troublesome if 2 jade plates had to be activated at the same time. "Alright, be careful." Li Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Linny held the jade plate and moved forward cautiously. His intuition and the space in the jade pendant did not give him any warning, so there was no need to worry about his safety. After a few steps, Linny came to the center and placed the jade plate in the groove. It fit seamlessly, as if the jade plate was meant to be there. A faint light shone from the jade plate again, but there was no guiding light this time. The jade plate just slowly rotated in the light. Linny took 2 steps back and looked at the glowing jade plate cautiously, ready to activate the lightning escape at any time. If he felt danger, he would leave the platform with Li Xiaoyi immediately. As the jade plate spun, a green stone door slowly appeared on the opposite side of the stairs. It was more than 30 meters tall and about 7 to 8 meters wide. It was covered with ancient and profound veined patterns. Just by looking at it, one could feel the vicissitudes of time rushing toward them. The ghostly thing could not help but sigh. The formation here was even more mysterious than Wang Ba's. Even if it did not completely exceed the scope of a level 9 formation, it was definitely at the peak of level 9. Lin Yi, it seems that the real ruins are behind this stone door. Let's go in. Li Xiaoyi came to Lin Yi's side and whispered, her eyes full of amazement. Wait! Lin Yi's eyes flashed and he instantly moved to the side, blocking Li Xiaoyi behind him. A half-squatting golden-haired ape suddenly appeared in front of the stone door. It was about 2-3 meters tall when standing up, but because the stone door behind it was too huge, the golden-haired ape did not seem very eye-catching. Spirit Beast Clan? Li Xiaoyi was slightly stunned. She could not sense the specific strength level of the golden-haired ape, but the faint sense of oppression told her that she was definitely no match for the golden-haired ape. It's not a Spirit Beast Clan. Lin Yi's expression was dignified. His divine sense completely enveloped the golden-haired ape. Although it looked like a spirit beast, he was sure that this golden-haired ape was not a real spirit beast. Li Xiaoyi looked at the golden-furred ape under the stone door in confusion. No matter how she looked at it, it should be a spirit beast. Why did Lin Yi say it wasn't? Could it be that this ape belonged to the Sea Beast clan? Sea Ape Monkey? Lin Yi didn't explain further. The reason why he could be so sure was that there was a ghost in the space of the jade pendant. If the ghost said it wasn't, then it definitely wasn't. Moreover, Lin Yi himself also felt that something was wrong. Although the golden-haired ape's strength was tyrannical and had already reached the early stage of earth creation, it did not have a primordial spirit. Simply put, it was just a puppet. Whether it was in terms of primordial spirit, spirit beast, or puppet, the ghost was a master. Lin Yi was influenced by what he saw and heard. Even without the ghost, his eyesight was enough. The half-squatting golden-haired ape opened its eyes. There was a sharp murderous aura condensing in its pale golden pupils. If it wasn't for the lack of intelligence, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to confirm that it was a puppet. Roar! If you want to pass through this door, you must first defeat me. The golden-haired ape opened its mouth and roared violently. However, its next words also revealed its identity, which was the guardian of this huge stone door. Lin Yi, it seems that this ruin is not so easy to enter. However, why doesn't this ape take the initiative to attack us? Does it have to wait for us to pass before it attacks? Li Xiaoyi was very puzzled. She knew too little about this alchemist's ruin. However, with Lin Yi by her side, she did not feel any pressure when facing the terrifying golden-haired ape. This golden-haired ape is just a puppet. I'm afraid it was used by the alchemist who left the ruin to guard the door. If we don't show any intention of entering the ruin, it won't attack. Lin Yi casually answered Li Xiaoyi's question. However, he also had some doubts. If the alchemist who left the ruin didn't want people to enter, why did he leave behind a jade plate to guide people here? Then should we go in? It looks like it's pretty powerful. Li Xiaoyi could not clearly see the true strength of the golden-haired ape, but from its aura, it should be much stronger than Lin Yi. Although she was very confident in Lin Yi, she was still a little worried about going up and fighting it head-on. I'll go and test this guy's strength first. You stand on the stone steps. That should be a safe area. It won't attack you. Lin Yi guessed that this platform was the golden-haired ape's attack range, so he let Li Xiaoyi stand on the steps. Li Xiaoyi softly nodded. She knew that her strength was not enough to help Lin Yi. She could only try not to become a burden to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, don't force yourself. If the golden-haired ape is too powerful, we won't enter the ruin. Li Xiaoyi turned to leave, but in the end, she could not help but remind him. It did not matter what treasures there were in the ruin. What was important was that Lin Yi did not get hurt. I know. Be careful yourself. Don't get hit by the aftermath of the battle. Lin Yi smiled slightly and waved at Li Xiaoyi. When she stood on the stone steps, Lin Yi immediately used the butterfly micro-steps and rushed to the stone door in the blink of an eye. Get lost! The golden-haired ape roared. Somehow, a jet-black stone stick had appeared in its hand. It swung it horizontally, and the raging Zhanqi at the end of the stick directly tore the air in front of it, making a loud sonic boom. Lin Yi was shocked. Although the golden-haired ape's move was simple, the power of the stick was extremely heavy. If he was scratched by it, breaking his bones and tendons would be a light punishment. It was very likely that he would be killed directly. This puppet is really powerful. I can't be careless. Lin Yi was secretly vigilant. His feet burst out with full strength, and he directly increased the butterfly microsteps to the extreme limit. Finally, he avoided the black stone stick at the critical moment. The power of the black stone stick did not decrease. The other end of the stick hit Lin Yi's chest and abdomen faster and more violently. Before the stick touched, the fierce Shun Qi had a feeling of tearing Lin Yi's skin. Even the extreme limit of the butterfly microsteps could not avoid the attack of the stone stick. Lin Yi was shocked. He barely dodged to the side. He raised his hand and shot out a lightning arc, hitting the golden-haired ape's body. If it was an ordinary spirit beast, it would at least be paralyzed for a while after being hit by Lin Yi's lightning arc. However, this golden-haired ape was a refined puppet. It was not afraid of the lightning arc attack at all. It did not even pause for a moment. The stone stick nimbly turned and smashed toward Lin Yi's head. Chapter 6160. In desperation, Lin Yi could only use the lightning escape technique. With a flash of lightning, he had already arrived behind the golden-haired ape. Without waiting for Lin Yi to make a move, the golden-haired ape did not even turn its head. With a twist of its wrist, the overbearing stone rod made an incomparably dexterous change in direction in the air. It forcefully turned from smashing downwards into a reverse direction, instantly appearing in front of Lin Yi. The lightning continued to flash. This time, Lin Yi directly appeared at the position where the stone rod had just swept. Sure enough, the golden-haired ape could no longer change its move, allowing Lin Yi to finally have a chance to make a move. The dragon-shaped 5 elements killing intent whistled out and fiercely hit the golden-haired ape's back. Unfortunately, it was not able to cause too much damage to it. It only knocked off a patch of golden hair, causing it to stagger a few steps. Its defense is so strong. The dragon-shaped 5 elements killing intent can only do this much. Although there is still a small part that can penetrate its body, the damage caused is not enough. Lin Yi's heart was extremely dignified. While continuing to use the lightning escape technique to move, he was also thinking about how to deal with the golden-haired ape. Because it was a puppet without a soul, many of Lin Yi's divine sense methods were completely useless. Moreover, it was immune to lightning attribute martial skills. The effect of the 5 elements killing intent was also not ideal. For a moment, Lin Yi really felt a bit of a headache. If he could break through to the mountain opening stage now, his attack power would be several times stronger. He would have some confidence in dealing with this golden-haired ape. Unfortunately, the Profound Ascension Great Circle was not the mountain opening stage. This golden-haired ape's restraint on Lin Yi was too strong. After the golden-haired ape stabilized its body, it roared loudly again. The jet-black stone rod was even more impenetrable. It was a complete fusion of overbearingness and dexterity. Lin Yi used the lightning escape technique to dodge around the platform, but he also felt that it was very difficult. "Kid, your ability to escape is not bad. Do you dare to take a strike from me? Just like this you can't pass through the stone door," the golden-haired ape said while laughing. Obviously, it still had some strength left in its attack. It was clearly just a puppet, but it was no different from a real life. "You're just relying on the fact that your strength level is higher than mine. If we were at the same level, you might not even dare to take a punch from me." As Lin Yi flashed, he even took the time to reply in disdain. The speed of the lightning evasion technique was heaven-defying. The golden-haired monkey would not be able to hit Lin Yi in a short time. It was a pity that Lin Yi did not know what this puppet was using as its power source. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have exhausted its power to death. "You're quite stubborn. Do you think I've given it my all? Heh, let's see how this move goes." The golden-haired monkey showed a very human-like and cunning smile. He fiercely hit the ground with the black stone stick in his hand, and the whole stick released a bright light. Vajra Rod Forest. Countless stone rods shot into the sky from the platform, leaving not a single gap. Li Zhaoyi, who was on the steps, was pale. Although the power of the attack was restricted to the platform, she was frightened just by watching from the side. Fortunately, Lin Yi had let her stand on the steps. If she had stayed on the edge of the platform, she would have been smashed into pieces by the countless stone rods. "Lin Yi, you must be all right." Li Zhaoyi's 10 fingers were unconsciously twisted together. Her joints were faintly white, but she did not feel it at all. If she could, she really wanted to rush up and help Lin Yi, even if it was just to fight for a chance for him. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyi also knew that if she rushed out, it would only distract Lin Yi. As for the effect on the golden-haired monkey, what would happen if a person stepped on an ant while walking have any effect? Within the forest of stone rods, Lin Yi continuously shot out lightning arcs, directly shooting into the sky. The attack range of the stone rods was not infinite, and after shooting up more than 20 meters in an instant, they stopped. This was the first time the ghostly speed wings had appeared in battle. Lin Yi could not use the lightning evasion technique indefinitely, so he had to use this trump card. You are indeed powerful. Looks like I have to show my true ability, or else I won't even be able to enter the door. That would be too embarrassing. The wings on Lin Yi's back flapped slightly, and he hovered in the air, looking down at the golden-haired monkey from above. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had the confidence to deal with it. The golden-haired monkey spun the jet-black stone rod in his hand a few times, and with a swoosh, he put it behind his back. The forest of Vajra rods also disappeared, and the platform returned to its previous smooth mirror-like appearance. Brat, you can still fly? You do have some skills, but you can't beat me just by floating in the sky. Since you want to show your true ability, then show me. The golden-haired monkey half squatted on one leg, tiptoed on the tip of one foot, and hooked his finger at Lin Yi in the sky. Lin Yi smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and said, I won't let you down. After saying that, Lin Yi's eyes swept around the platform, and then carefully looked at the golden-haired monkey below. Monkey, you can't leave the range of this platform, right? Lin Yi flapped his wings and rose a little, and then he felt an invisible force restricting him from continuing to rise. It should be the effect of the array formation on the platform. So what? Less nonsense, where's your true ability? If you don't take it out, I'm going to end it. The golden-haired monkey grinned, and the jet-black stone rod on his back once again stretched out, pointing straight at Lin Yi in the sky. End it what? You want me to take you down in one move? Lin Yi sneered, and in his palms, there was a super pill firebomb that he had been condensing for a long time. This move was actually not suitable for a one-on-one fight. The attack speed was too slow, and it could be easily dodged by the opponent. But in terms of attack power, it was definitely Lin Yi's most powerful move. As the time to condense it increased, it was even more powerful than the 5 elements killing Qi, Thunder, Burial, and so on. With the golden-haired monkey's speed, it would not be easy for the super pill firebomb to hit him, but this platform was only so big. If Lin Yi guessed correctly, and the golden-haired monkey's range of activity was really only so small, then the super pill firebomb's explosive power was enough to completely submerge the platform. What is that thing? It feels a bit dangerous. The golden-haired monkey was slightly startled, and did not care about Lin Yi's provocation. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the super pill firebomb in his hands. Then the golden-haired monkey decided that he could not continue to wait. As time passed, the two things gave him a more and more dangerous feeling. It was obvious that the kid up there was not bragging. The jet-black stone rod suddenly erupted with Zhenqi, and the air around the stone rod had a clear feeling of distortion. This time, the golden-haired monkey really went all out. After feeling the threat of Lin Yi, he did not dare to have the slightest bit of carelessness. Chapter 61-61. Before the dragon-shaped 5 elements murderous Qi could cause too much damage, he had already started to condense the super alchemic firebomb. Without the restriction of the formation, just a little bit of it would be enough to destroy the whole platform. Junior sister, step back right now. I'm afraid that the formation of this platform can't withstand my attack. Lin Yi took the time to send a message to Li Xiaoyi. Then he flapped his wings and moved away like a ghost, just in time to avoid the stone stick attack thrown by the golden-haired monkey. Li Xiaoyi heard Lin Yi's message. Although she was very worried, she immediately flew back, for fear that if she was late, she would drag Lin Yi down. Lin Yi noticed that Li Xiaoyi had already retreated 7 or 8 steps. He estimated that she could already avoid the aftermath of the super alchemic fire bomb. Without hesitation, he put his palms together, and a terrible aura suddenly raged on the platform. The golden-haired monkey was shocked. Lin Yi had not yet launched an attack, but this aura alone had already made its hair stand on end. If it was hit head-on, it was afraid that its body would not be able to withstand it. Having missed its attack, the golden-haired monkey did not have time to take back the stone stick. It squatted down, clenched its fists on the ground and roared to the sky. Invisible waves instantly filled the entire space of the platform, and the terrible sound waves were like countless blades dancing wildly. Linny flapped his wings at a ghostly speed, barely breaking a small area and gaining temporary freedom of movement. He immediately pressed down the super alchemic firebomb. This time, the super alchemic firebomb had reached the limit of Lin Yi's control. If it was a little bit more, he would be in the range of the explosion. But now Lin Yi could use that little bit of control to lock the direction of the explosion on the golden-haired monkey. The terrible explosion completely tore apart the sound waves of the golden-haired monkey. The originally spherical super alchemic firebomb turned into a fan-shaped attack wave, and the whole platform was within the attack range. The golden-haired monkey used both his hands and feet, like a golden lightning. The moment the super alchemic firebomb hit, it rushed to the edge of the platform, grabbed a piece of nothingness and climbed up. Lin Yi was speechless. The platform prevented the golden-haired ape from leaving this area. He did not expect it to use this restriction as an escape route. If it was Lin Yi, he would definitely not be able to make such a move, because the restrictions on the edges did not have much effect on him. In fact, from the beginning of this match, Lin Yi was in an invincible position. Once he felt that he was no match for Lin Yi, he could leave the platform. The golden-haired ape was restricted by the formation, so it couldn't chase after Lin Yi unless it could kill him with one strike. Because of this, Lin Yi didn't expect the golden-haired monkey to use this method to avoid his attack. The super pill firebomb's attack covered the entire platform, but it was still in the shape of a fan. As long as he climbed up the edge, he would be able to escape. Even so, the golden-haired monkey was still affected by the super pill firebomb. Its movement began to slow down as if it was hurt. Sure enough, when the super pill firebomb was condensed to the limit, its power was much stronger than the dragon-shaped murderous aura. When Lin Yi saw the golden-haired monkey leaving the attack range, his eyes suddenly became cold. He secretly gritted his teeth and tried to control the remaining explosive power to continue sweeping to the side. Because this direction was not where the stone steps were, Lin Yi was not worried that it would affect Li Zhaoyi, who was not far away. The golden-haired monkey screamed and desperately tried to escape along the edge of the platform, but it still couldn't escape the attack range of Lin Yi's super pill fire bomb. It was swept a little bit again. Stop! You passed the test, you can enter the stone door. As a puppet, the golden-furred ape actually knew fear. Seeing that its powerful body was unable to withstand the attack, it directly admitted defeat. If the explosive power of the super pill firebomb was still left, Lin Yi would not hesitate to blow the golden-haired monkey up. Unfortunately, when he forcibly changed the direction, he was already at the end of his strength. Even if the golden-haired monkey didn't say anything, he didn't have any spare power to deal with it. However, Lin Yi could still condense the super pill firebomb. As long as the golden-haired monkey was injured enough, he could easily deal with it. Therefore, this guy admitted defeat in a timely manner. Are you sure we can go in? Lin Yi slowly flapped his wings and floated in the air, looking down at the golden-haired monkey. The ape, whose golden hair was half burnt black, gritted its teeth and nodded painfully. Yes, as long as you defeat me, you will be qualified to enter the door. This is the qualification token. A rectangular gold medal appeared in the golden-haired monkey's palm, and he threw it towards Lin Yi. Although it was extremely fast, it didn't contain any Zhen Qi, so it wouldn't cause any harm to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's divine sense swept back and forth a few times before the gold medal flew close to him. After confirming that there wasn't any mechanism in it, he reached out and grabbed the gold medal in his hand. If you insert the qualification token into the groove at the base of the door, the mechanism to open the door will appear. If you don't have this token, even if a super master of sea-splitting stage comes, they won't be able to open this stone door. The golden-haired monkey explained a little. The wounds on its body were quickly recovering. It was worthy of being a high-level puppet. Its self-healing ability was really incomparably strong. Lin Yi was also secretly amazed. Originally, he thought that if the golden-haired monkey didn't admit defeat, he could continue to condense the Super Dan firebomb to deal with it. But now he discovered that the speed of condensing the bomb was probably not as fast as this guy's recovery speed. If it didn't admit defeat, it would really be hard to deal with. After all, the Super Dan firebomb always had the flaw of condensing too slowly. The first time it was able to seriously injure the golden-haired monkey, but the second and third time after it was prepared, the effect wouldn't be as good. Hey! It's Languza and the others. Linny was just about to go to the stone door when his divine sense suddenly discovered Languza and the others. He was immediately overjoyed and left a temporary divine sense mark on the platform. With a flap of his wings, he immediately turned into a shadow and flew towards the position of Languza and the others at high speed. This time it might be because of the previous vibration on the platform, which caused the spirit array to show a trace of sluggishness, so Linny was able to sweep them. Moreover, he directly flew out of the platform without encountering much resistance. It was probably because the spirit array had not fully recovered. It might also be because Linny had obtained the qualification token, so the spirit array no longer hindered him. But this was not important. In any case, he could find Languza and the others. Under the full display of the ghost speed wings, his speed was only slightly inferior to the thunder escape technique. In just a breath, Linny arrived above the four of them. Chapter 61-62. Big Boss. Big Boss. Big Boss Linny. Hao Zili and the others were all very happy as they greeted Linny respectfully. They didn't know where they got the wooden plank from, but it didn't feel crowded when they stood on it. I finally found you. Fei Yi, bring them and follow me. Linny smiled and did not say much. He waved his hand and signaled them to leave quickly. Yes, Big Boss. Fei Yi bowed and answered. He immediately leaped up and transformed into his original form, floating in the air. Languza and the other two also jumped up. Linny led the way and returned to the platform. With the guidance of the divine sense mark and the maze formation still not restored, they returned to the platform without a hitch. Li Zhao, this is Languza, Hao Zili, Min Huichin and Fei Yi. Linny did not care if they had seen Li Zhao before, and gave them some pointers as he landed. Greetings, Master Li Zhao. Hao Zili and the others were all attending the auction in the far north island. Of course they knew the influential figure, Li Zhao. Moreover, since she was with Lin Yi, they were even more respectful and did not dare to slight her. Big Boss, you found another sister-in-law for me? Languza moved closer to Lin Yi's ear and whispered with a wink. However, everyone present was an expert, so his whisper was not much different from shouting. Li Zhao's pretty face suddenly blushed, and even the back of her delicate earlobes were red. However, she had to pretend to be calm and pretend that she did not hear it. It was really hard on her. Lin Yi glared at Languza. This guy really had no control over his mouth and dared to say anything. Fortunately, Li Zhao was one of them. Otherwise, he would definitely be punished. Lin Yi. Let's see how the stone door is opened first. Li Zhao stiffly changed the topic, but this was indeed something she was more concerned about, so it wasn't too abrupt to say it. Lin Yi nodded. He took out his qualification token and walked to the bottom of the stone door. It was such a huge stone door. Just the base alone was higher than Lin Yi's height. The golden-haired monkey had already recovered from his injuries. He smiled and looked at Lin Yi from the side. A small rectangular groove appeared in front of Lin Yi. It was the size of the qualification token. After it was inserted, a slightly larger circular groove appeared on the side. It was obviously the mechanism that the golden-haired monkey had mentioned. Lin Yi blinked twice. No matter how he looked at it, this circular groove looked very familiar. Had he seen it just now? Did he open the door with a jade plate? Li Zhao, who walked behind Lin Yi, immediately recognized that this circular groove was exactly the same as the one in the center of the platform. It seemed that the positional jade plate's mission was not over. The first time was to reveal the stone door, and the second time was to open it. Should be right. I'll go get the positional jade plate. Lin Yi smiled. He flashed to the center of the platform and reached for the positional jade plate. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. Just now, when the super pill firebomb exploded, it wasn't damaged at all. Perhaps it was because it was one with the array, so it could withstand the super pill firebomb. The golden-haired monkey suddenly laughed. He punched the ground a few times. He pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Kid, so you only have one key? You should have said so earlier. Why did Master Monkey Fei spend so much effort?" The golden-haired monkey was obviously very proud. He even started to call himself Master Monkey. Looking at his gloating expression, who would believe that this was just a puppet? Linny was slightly startled. He already felt that something was wrong. However, his hands didn't stop. He directly took out the positional jade plate. When the positional jade plate left the groove, the huge stone door immediately started to blur. Linny activated the lightning escape technique. He instantly appeared under the base of the door and pressed the jade plate into the circular groove. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, it was useless. The blur of the stone door did not have any point of contact. The jade plate directly passed through the blur. If not for Linny grabbing it, it would have fallen to the ground. The only thing that did not disappear was the qualification token. After losing its support, the gold medal began to fall. Linny sighed. He picked up the qualification token and looked at the golden-haired monkey. "Why are you looking at Master Monkey? Look at Master Monkey. It is impossible for him to give you another key. If you want to open the stone door, you need 2 keys. I'll say it again. Without the key, even if you are a super expert in the sea-splitting stage, you can forget about opening the stone door." The golden-haired monkey's face was full of pride. He even made an expression that was asking for a beating. It seemed that Linny had defeated him. It still held a grudge against him. Now that he saw Linny being beaten, this guy was immediately overjoyed. "Linny, it seems that we still have to find the 2 people from the Zheng family. The other jade plate is in their hands." Li Zhaoyi frowned slightly. She did not want to act with Zheng Tianqing and the others, so she asked Linny for help alone. She did not expect that after going around in a circle, she still had to find them. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I already know the place. It won't take much time to go back and get the other jade plate." Linny smiled slightly and put the qualification token and the jade plate into his storage bag. Languza came over and looked at the golden-haired monkey with unkind eyes. He muttered to Linny, "Boss, that monkey looks very annoying. Can I beat him up?" Linny suddenly smiled. This guy was clearly itching to beat him up. He insisted on saying that the golden-haired monkey was not pleasing to the eye. Well, Linny also felt that the golden-haired monkey was asking for a beating. Unfortunately, Languza was not this monkey's opponent. "There are too many people who hate me. Who do you think you are?" The golden-haired monkey disdainfully rolled his eyes at Languza and deliberately made a provocative gesture. "Boss, I really can't stand it. Can you let me beat him up?" Languza had already begun to roll up his sleeves and was ready to fight. "The monkey has already turned invisible. Why don't you go hit the air?" Linny glared at Languza. As the puppet guarding the stone door turned invisible. So did the golden-haired monkey. Not to mention that Languza was not the golden-haired monkey's opponent at all. Even if he could fight a few times, there was no way for him to fight now unless Linny placed the jade plate in the middle of the platform again. There was no point in deliberately doing this just to let Languza get beaten up. Linny was not that bored. If Languza could steadily beat the golden-haired monkey, then it would not hurt to be bored. Chapter 61-63. Let's get out of here first. Linny smiled at the place where the golden-haired monkey disappeared, then turned to Li Zhaoyi and said. Li Zhaoyi nodded. She knew that Linny was going to find Zheng Tianqing to get the second jade plate. Although she didn't want to see the Zheng family, she had no other way to enter the ruins. "Boss, what is this place? Why did that monkey disappear just like that? It was lucky that it ran fast this time. Otherwise, I would have beaten it until all its teeth fell to the ground," Languza said with some disappointment. He was not too happy that he did not manage to fight. "You talk too much. Let's go." Linny didn't bother to pay attention to this guy, and called Hao Zili and the others to leave together. Languza smiled and followed behind Linny, leaving the position next to the boss for his new sister-in-law. Hao Zili and the others were amazed. Although they didn't say anything, the stone door just now was obviously something with a long history. Even if it was in the East Continent, it would attract the attention of many forces. They didn't expect that Linny could find it so easily, and they had been trapped for so long without finding any clues. Boss was indeed the boss. They couldn't compare with his luck and ability. Hao Zili and the others had changed a little at this time. Detoxification was of course the most important thing, but after detoxification, it might be a good idea to continue to follow Linny. The group of people slowly walked down the stone steps. Still, there was only a short distance between them. They couldn't even use their divine senses to detect what was hidden in the sea fog. It was as if there was nothing there. This formation was indeed quite ingenious. Even if it was a ghost, it could only be seen a little bit. Fei Yi, take them and follow behind us. Don't be too far away, lest we fall into the maze again. When they came to the last step, Lin Yi turned around and said to the others, then jumped up with Li Zhaoyi and landed on the back of the flying spirit beast that had been waiting here. Fei Yi agreed and transformed into its original form, floating in the air. Languza winked at Hao Zili and Min Huichen, indicating that Lin Yi and Li Zhaoyi were alone and that they shouldn't disturb them. Hao Zili and Min Huichen pretended not to see it and quickly jumped onto Fei Yi's back. Although the flying spirit beasts of the pill hall were fast, they couldn't transform and their strength couldn't be compared to Fei Yi. Therefore, when Fei Yi flew beside it, it made it a little uncomfortable. Lin Yi patted the flying spirit beast's neck to calm it down. Then he immediately set off. The short period of time when the formation was stagnant gave the ghost a chance to thoroughly study it. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to leave the sea mist formation. Under the ghost's guidance, they successfully left the sea mist formation. Lin Yi took out his compass and looked at it. After confirming that Arc City was right in front of them, he led everyone at full speed. I originally thought that we would have to fly all over the South Continent Sea to find the ruins you mentioned. I didn't expect that we would find it so quickly. We don't even need to leave the Arc region too far. We can totally use Arc City as our base. Lin Yi tried to find something to talk about as he looked at Li Zhaoyi. This weird girl kept changing her tune. Lin Yi didn't know whether she would reply. Yes, the normal first stop from Middle Island is Arc City in the Arc region. I reckon that by the time we get back, the ship from the pill hall will be arriving. Li Zhaoyi's expression didn't change. She nodded her head in agreement. She didn't feel that what she said was completely unrelated to what Lin Yi had said. Li Zhaoyi was thinking that with the speed of the ship, if everything went smoothly, they should be arriving at the Arc region. After all, Lin Yi and the others had already wasted a lot of time. This time, when they returned to Arc City, it was very likely that they would meet people from the pill hall. Other than Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianqing, are there any other higher-ups from the pill hall participating in this expedition? If it was just the two from the Zhengs, Lin Yi wouldn't mind stealing their jade plates. If there were other people from the pill hall, then it wouldn't be easy. He would have to give his cheap master Zhang Liju some face. I'm not too sure. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. But even if there are, it would be led by Zheng Dongjue. Li Zhaoyi shook her head. She understood the daily affairs of the pill hall, so she didn't know how many people would be participating in this expedition. Do you think we should steal the jade plates and run? Or should we give face to the pill hall and go with them? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Since Li Zhaoyi was his teammate, he'd let her worry about this. Especially since Li Zhaoyi was the head refiner of the pill hall. Asking her to answer this question made Lin Yi want to tease this weird girl. As expected, Li Zhaoyi paused and smiled. Steal and run? That sounds interesting, but if they find out who I am, how do I explain it? You think it's good? Lin Yi froze as well. This weird girl was indeed weird. She couldn't be judged with common sense. Did she forget that she was also the head refiner of the pill hall? Isn't your master Zhang Liju? Is it really okay to do this? Very good. Don't you think I should wear a mask? Right, you bought a red dust manifestation mask at the extreme North Island last time, right? Quick, let me use it. Let's pretend to be robbers who block the road and rob people. Li Zhaoyi was in high spirits, her usually cold face showing a rare rich expression. Lin Yi sweated. Could it be that this girl really liked robbing people on the road? Did she have to be so excited? Why did he feel like he had unlocked some hidden attribute in Li Zhaoyi's body? There's no rush, we'll talk about it when we find them. Lin Yi secretly wiped his cold sweat. He didn't even know if he should rob the two from Hao Shen. Li Zhaoyi was so straightforward. He couldn't stop her at all. The cold and aloof image of a genius refiner collapsed in Lin Yi's heart. Li Zhaoyi was talking excitedly when she suddenly realized that she seemed to have lost her composure. She blushed and coughed lightly. I was joking, you didn't take it seriously, did you? Haha, you really took it seriously? You were tricked by me, right? Haha. Lin Yi glanced at Li Zhaoyi. Tricked by you? Please, I've already seen through everything. How could you possibly deceive me? But this way the awkward atmosphere between the two was gone. Linny was finally able to chat and laugh with Li Zhaoyi freely. At least the journey back to Arc City wouldn't be as boring as it was before. Chapter 61-64. This Arc City isn't too bad. It looks rather prosperous, but a remote and desolate place like Nanzhou is only as Zhang Tianqing was the second to descend. He followed beside Zheng Dongjue and scanned the surroundings with a look of disdain. He felt that since he was from the East Continent, he was an influential figure on Middle Island and had connections with the Central Chamber of Commerce and the organization behind him. His status was naturally extraordinary. It was definitely an honor for this shabby place to be able to come to Arc City. It was a pity that the people of Arc City simply did not know who Zhang Tianqing was, so no one had the time to pay attention to this idiot who put on airs. It was not that no one paid attention to him. At least one person saw Zheng Dongjue and the others disembark and immediately came forward to stop them. You need to pay a toll and a detention fee to enter Arc City. How many of you are there? Do you want to pay individually or together? The fellow who had come to collect the spirit jades lazily extended his hand and beckoned Zheng Dongjue with his finger. He did not say how much spirit jades he would need, probably because he wanted to confirm how Zheng Dongjue and the others would pay first. It was a pity that he had met young Master Zheng Tianqing, so there was no chance for him to say how much spirit jades he would need. Get lost. This young master is giving you face by coming to this shabby place. Yet you actually dare to collect a toll and detention fee from this young master? Are you *king blind? Zheng Tianqing directly slapped away the hand of the fellow who had collected the spirit jades. He arrogantly raised his chin and looked down at the person who had collected the spirit jades from the corner of his eye. That person was obviously stunned for a moment, and the lazy expression on his face disappeared without a trace. What followed was a meaningful and interesting smile, and the eyes that looked at Zheng Tianqing also began to shine brightly. You actually dare to hit a toll collector in our Arc City? You have guts. I hope you are fat enough. The fellow whose hand had been slapped away laughed mischievously. After shaking his hand, he placed 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a clear whistle. Before Zheng Tianqing could understand what was going on, more than a dozen figures rushed over, their auras rising. Without exception, all of them were at least late-stage mysterious ascension experts. At least a third of them were at the mountain opening stage or above. It would be a piece of cake for them to crush Zheng Dongjue and the others. Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianqing's faces turned pale on the spot. From the start, they really did not think much of Arc City. According to previous intelligence, nascent soul stage cultivators could run amok in the Arc Sea region. This time, among the people from the Pill Hall, there were still a few profound ascension stage bodyguards and even a mountain opening stage guest elder. Because of this, Zheng Tianqing dared to be so presumptuous. If he had known earlier that there were so many experts waiting by the roadside, he would not have spoken, let alone made a move. Actually, the Pill Hall had received information that the Spirit Beast clan had taken control of the southern continent sea. However, Zheng Dongjue had been wholeheartedly focused on dealing with Lin Yi and the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. If not for the appearance of the historical remains, Zheng Dongjue reckoned that he would not have taken a step into South Continent. Hence, he did not bother to pay attention to this aspect of intelligence. Zheng Tianqing was the same. He looked down on South Continent, so why would he study it? In the end, he had kicked an iron plate the moment he came. If only they had paid more attention to South Continent and collected some intelligence on it, they would not have made such a fool of themselves. Putting on airs in Arc City, which was controlled by the spirit beasts, was simply asking for death. Capture all of them. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. The leading spirit beast said coldly. The aura on his body was already at the peak of the late-stage mountain opening stage. Just him alone was enough to suppress everyone in the Pill Hall. This time, the guest official of the Pill Hall who had followed them was merely an expert at the peak of the early-stage mountain opening stage. In front of so many experts from the Spirit Beast clan, he did not even dare to think of resisting. Everyone knew that the Spirit Beast clan was incomparably valiant. In a situation where they were at the same level, they could practically suppress human cultivators. Other than some powerful geniuses, human cultivators were naturally at a disadvantage when facing the Spirit Beast clan. Stop, we are from the Middle Island Pill Hall. You can't attack us casually. We will pay for the toll. Zhang Tianqing was already panicking. He hurriedly spoke up to show weakness, hoping to appease the other party's anger. Toll? It's too late. This is no longer a matter of this small amount of spirit jade. The fellow who had just collected the toll looked at Zhang Tianqing with a grin. He hid in a corner with his hands behind his back, rejoicing in Zhang Tianqing's misfortune. His strength was not high. Even Zhang Tianqing was slightly stronger than him. Hence he had been easily beaten. However, he represented the Spirit Beast clan. If he dared to attack, it would be equivalent to provoking the entire Spirit Beast clan. So what if you are from the Pill Hall? Even if you are from an ancient family, you still have to obediently follow our rules. If you dare to touch our people, you will have to pay the price. The leader's face was full of disdain. The other spirit beasts didn't even pause for a second. The name of the Hall of Elixir was famous, but the only one who was truly worthy was Zhang Liju. He was a top existence wherever he went, and just the Hall of Elixir he left behind was nothing in the eyes of the spiritual beasts, even though it had a great reputation and special privileges in the human world. I'm not only from the Pill Hall, I'm also from Dongzhou. Zhang Tianqing watched as a slap came towards his face. He wanted to say all the connections he had, but he was sent flying. If he had said that he had connections with the Central Merchant Group, he might have been treated differently. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianqing didn't know anything about the relationship between the spirit beasts and the Central Merchant Group. The organization behind him had partners with spirit beasts, but these connections were extremely secretive. With his identity, he didn't have access to such information. The moment Zhang Tianqing was sent flying, the people from the Pill Hall gave up on fighting back. They had no choice, the opponent was simply too strong. Fighting back would only give them an excuse to kill them on the spot. In order to save their lives, it was better to cooperate. Even so, the spirit beasts didn't show any mercy. They all took the chance to beat up their targets. It wasn't fatal, but it was inevitable that they would suffer. Zhang Tianqing spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth. Then, countless heavy punches landed on his body. He wanted to speak again, but it was just a few more mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 61-65. No one dared to watch the commotion. At most, they would look from afar and whisper about how reckless these outsiders were. Zhang Dongjue was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Of course, he had indeed vomited quite a bit of blood. He had come to South Continent to search for the ancient alchemist's remains, but he had not expected that his belongings would be plundered by the spiritual beasts the moment he reached Arc City. The spiritual jades and the like were fine, but the most important thing was the locational jade plate. If he could not get it back, his trip to South Continent would have been in vain. Fortunately, the spiritual beasts were not very interested in the alchemist's remains. Even if they knew the use of the jade plate, they would very likely return it to Zhang Dongjue. Of course, the prerequisite was that they would receive the corresponding benefits. The group of 8 from the Pill Hall had arrived in high spirits, but now they were all dragged away from the pier like dead dogs. Honestly speaking, Zhang Dongjue was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. When he was treated in such a manner, he felt like dying. Speaking of which, being beaten black and blue was not entirely without any benefits. At least others would not know who he was if they saw him. It felt like hundreds of years had passed, but in reality, it had only been a matter of a few minutes. The 8 people from the Pill Hall were thrown into a prison. Although the construction was very simple and crude, it was supported by a formation. It was almost impossible for anyone under the Earth expansion stage to break out of the prison and escape. I'll give you a chance. Think of a way to contact the people from Middle Island Pill Hall and get the ransom as soon as possible. Being locked up here, there is nothing for you to eat and no spiritual jades for you to cultivate. How long you can last will depend on your own strength. Oh, I forgot that your strength has been sealed, so you can only rely on your own physical strength. The leading spiritual beast looked at the 8 people in the cage mockingly, and did not forget to mock them. Sir, I can contact my companions to send the ransom, but I need the communication jade talisman. Can you return it to me first? Zhang Dongjue could not care less about his reputation. In order to escape this prison, he had to seize the opportunity. Communication jade talisman? Let me see. The leading spiritual beast looked through the looted items and picked up a jade talisman that was 2 fingers wide and the length of a palm. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Sir, please let me use it. Someone will send the ransom very soon. Zhang Dongjue hurriedly nodded his head. This jade talisman was something that only the upper echelons of the Dan Hall had. Within a certain range they could communicate with each other. Although they couldn't talk directly, the efficiency was still very high. To put it simply, this jade talisman was a tool for exchanging text messages. It was not much different from a real-time call. The only drawback was the distance. It was definitely impossible to send a message from the Y-Arc to Middle Island. Now Zhang Dongjue could only hope that Li Zhaoyi was near the Y-Arc in southern continent. Take it and use it. The 8 of you are all important figures in that Middle Island Dan Hall, right? I won't cheat you. I'll give you a discount for 6 million spirit jades each. So, 8 of them will be 48 million spirit jades. Also, you still have some scraps here. I don't like them. If you want them, you can redeem them with spirit jades. I'll sell them for half and give them away for free. I'll round it up to 50 million spirit jades. The leading spirit beast threw the jade talisman into the cage and casually quoted a price. Actually, he had already plundered 20 to 30 million spirit jades from the 8 of them, so he felt that a price of 50 million was very reasonable. He reckoned that there shouldn't be too much pressure to redeem them. Zhang Dongjue felt like he was about to vomit blood again. However, 6 million spirit jades each was indeed considered cheap. A dignified deputy hall master of the Dan Hall had a net worth of 60 million spirit jades. The good news was that the locale jade plates had been classified as worthless scraps and could be redeemed. This made Zhang Dongjue a little happier. Master Li Zhaoyi, I am Zhang Dongjue. We have been detained by the Spirit Beast clan in Y-Arc City. We need to pay a ransom of 50 million spirit jades before we can leave. If you receive my message, please think of a way to rescue us as soon as possible. I still have some things to tell Master Li Zhaoyi in person. Zhang Dongjue didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly sent out a distress message and waited for Li Zhaoyi to rescue them. Now, he could only pray that Li Zhaoyi could receive the message. If she was too far away and couldn't receive it, then the few of them would really be doomed. After their powers were sealed, they weren't much different from ordinary people. Although they didn't require much food, they still had to consume it. Without food, spirit jades, and vital energy, they could only last 2 or 3 days longer than ordinary people. At this time, Lin Yi and the others weren't far from Y-Arc City. Li Zhaoyi frowned slightly when she sensed activity in the communication jade talisman. She immediately took it out to check. Zhang Dongjue and the others have been captured by the Spirit Beast clan in Y-Arc City. Li Zhaoyi really didn't know what to say. She had wanted to rob them, but the Spirit Beast clan had struck first. These unlucky fellows. I wonder if the locale jade plates are in the hands of the Spirit Beast clan. At least we don't have to fight for them. Lin Yi smiled faintly. The newly appointed Green Dragon Elder had just paid a high-profile visit to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Now, if he wanted to rescue a few people from the hands of the Spirit Beast clan, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. After rescuing them, it won't be easy to shake them off, Li Zhaoyi said somewhat gloomily. In her heart, she still wanted to explore alone with Lin Yi. What was the point of having the 2 annoying Zheng family members with her? However, she really couldn't just ignore the people from the pill hall and leave after retrieving the jade plates. Soon Y-Arc City came into view. When they arrived at the pier, Lin Yi jumped off the flying spirit beast and scanned the area with his divine sense. He found where Zhang Dongjue and the others were imprisoned. After casually paying several hundred spirit jades and obtaining a pass for Languze and the others, Lin Yi led the group to the prison. At this time, the spirit beasts that had captured the people from the pill hall had already dispersed. Only 2 late-stage mysterious ascension spirit beasts were guarding the prison entrance. Both of you, I am here to take away the people from Middle Island Pill Hall. Lin Yi arrived at the prison entrance and very politely cupped his hands. Although he could borrow the power of the Green Dragon Elder, there was no need to show off to the guards. Have you brought the ransom money? One of the guards looked at Lin Yi arrogantly and extended his hand, indicating for him to bring out the ransom money. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. I did not bring the ransom money. You dare come here to ask for people without the ransom money? Are you trying to break out of the prison? The guard who had spoken had a cold look in his eyes. He immediately pointed his weapon at Linny and prepared to call for his companions to attack together. I know your commander. He won't say much if you just take a few people and leave. Linny smiled faintly. The spirit beast commander of Arc City would definitely give him face for such a small matter. Chapter 61-66. Judging from their unfriendly gazes, if Linny were to say a few more words, they might really make a move. Linny was speechless. This was a classic case of the King of Hell being easy to see but the little devil being difficult to deal with. They had no idea who Linny was. It would have been strange if they had paid any attention to him just because he said he knew the commander. How about this, you guys go find the spirit beast commander of Arc City. I'll talk to him directly. Is that all right? Linny used his divine sense to search for the location of the spirit beast commander as he spoke. Unfortunately, there were some buildings in Arc City that blocked out divine sense, so he really couldn't find that fellow for a while. The spirit beast clan probably had a way to communicate with each other. If these two guards were willing to help, it would be much faster and more convenient than if Linny were to go alone. Who do you think you are? You said you wanted to find our commander, and he did it for you? One of the guards sneered. He seemed to think that Linny was indulging in fantasy. After shaking his head, he added, also, this is a prison. It is independent and not under the jurisdiction of the commander. Even if you really find the commander, you can forget about taking him away without paying a ransom. Linny was slightly taken aback. Did he really have to bring up the name of the new green dragon elder? Actually, 50 million spirit jade was no big deal to him, but using it to ransom those two annoying Zheng family bastards was really meaningless. Boss, what's the point of saying so much? Just watch me kill these two fellows. They aren't very capable, but they talk big. I hate these kinds of people the most. Languza came over and said with a mischievous smile. Needless to say, this fellow was definitely itching for a fight. Linny was also tired of carrying around such a thing that wished for the whole world to be in chaos. The two guards simultaneously took half a step back and looked at Languza warily. They almost sounded the alarm because the faint aura emanating from Languza's body made them feel a sense of danger. Go away, what are you trying to do? Linny turned to glare at Languza. Did he really think that the spirit beasts were easy to bully in Arc City? Perhaps the new Azure Dragon had already left. But who knew if there were any earth-opening stage, or even sea-splitting stage cultivators among the spirit beasts? If you have spiritual jades, then redeem him. If you don't, then hurry up and leave. Don't talk nonsense here. Otherwise, we won't be polite. The two guards looked at each other. Then one of them roared in a threatening manner. They had originally wanted to take advantage of Linny and the others, but after realizing that their strength was far from enough, they could only give up on this idea. It wasn't that they couldn't recruit experts, but when the spirit beasts had taken control of Arc City, they had set very strict rules. If they casually issued a warning, they would have to bear the consequences. Therefore, as long as Linny and the others didn't make a move, the two guards could do nothing. As they spoke, Linny's divine sense detected traces of the spirit beast commander. He seemed to have received a report that Linny had returned to Arc City, so he had rushed over. Ordinary matters didn't need to be rushed, but if Linny and the spirit beasts got into a conflict, he would be put in a difficult position. After all, this was a person that even the Azure Dragon Elder valued, so the spirit beast commander didn't dare slight him. As long as Linny was in Arc City, he had to receive the best treatment. Don't be anxious. Your commander will be here soon. Let's talk about this later. Linny waved his hands and smiled. The spirit beast commander was extremely fast. In a few breaths' time he would be here. I already told you that we are not under the commander's control. Even if he comes, he can forget about interfering with our affairs. Furthermore, if you say he will come, does that mean he will? I even said that I could send him flying with a fart. One of the guards was too nervous and blurted out something he would regret later. Why don't you try farting? Let's see if I will be sent flying by you. An ice-cold voice descended from the sky. It was the spirit beast commander of Arc City. The speed at which he had arrived was faster than Linny had expected. Clearly, he had used some tricks along the way. This was enough to prove how important Lin Yi was to the spirit beast commander. Commander! The two guards jumped in fright and hurriedly stood at attention and bowed. Although the spirit beast commander wasn't in charge of the prison, the two of them were just prison guards and couldn't compare to the spirit beast commander's authority. If he really wanted to deal with them, he could just issue a transfer order and have them serve under him. Then, he could deal with them however he wanted. It would be a piece of cake. The spirit beast commander, who had appeared like a ghost, looked coldly at the two guards. When he turned his head, it was as if a spring breeze had brushed past his face. He put on a genial smile. Why did Master Lin come to such a lousy place? If there's anything, just let me know. I will naturally take care of everything. The spirit beast commander smiled and cupped his fists in greeting to Lin Yi. Whether it was because of Lin Yi's status as a strategic partner of the Central Chamber of Commerce or because of Elder Green Dragon's high regard for him, the spirit beast commander had to humble himself. Commander, you are too courteous. It's just a small matter. The people from Middle Island's Pill Hall have some relations with me. They might have been imprisoned because of some misunderstanding, so I wanted to come and take them away. Lin Yi smiled faintly and cupped his fists in return. I see. It's indeed a small matter. If there's something like this in the future, Master Lin can just inform me to handle it at any time. There's no need for you to make a trip personally. The spirit beast commander laughed and waved his hand. Giving this kind of favor to Lin Yi at no cost was simply a matter of benefit and no cost at all. Not only could he get closer to Lin Yi, he did not lose anything. It was really perfect. Didn't the two of you hear what I said? Hurry up and invite Master Lin's friends out. The spirit beast commander turned to look at the two guards. His face became cold again. As he opened and closed his eyes, the majesty of a superior was instantly revealed. Sir Commander, we can't make the decision on this matter. The prisoners in the prison can't be released at will. The two guards looked at each other. In the end, it was the unlucky guy who could make the spirit beast commander fly with a fart. He could not take it anymore and braced himself to speak. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. The spirit beast commander's eyes widened and his aura surged. He was the dignified spirit beast commander of Y-Arc City. When he opened his mouth to say that he wanted to release a few insignificant people, he was actually rejected by the prison guards. How could he step down now? Furthermore, this was in front of Lin Yi. He had just guaranteed that it was a small matter, but he was immediately slapped in the face by two insignificant people. How could he continue to mingle in the future? Chapter 61-67. However, before he could finish his sentence, the spiritual beast commander slapped him across the face. The guard didn't even have a chance to react before his face was slapped to the back. His neck made a loud cracking sound, and it was unknown whether it was broken or not. What did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you. The spirit beast commander said coldly. His hands didn't stop moving. He slapped the guard's face again, whipping the guard's neck to the other side. At the same time, he raised his leg and kicked the guard who hadn't said a word, sending him flying. After receiving two hard slaps, the guard was almost dead. The spiritual beast commander didn't retract its straight leg. Instead, it swung it in a circle and kicked the unlucky guard's waist. As the guard was sent flying, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Hey! Didn't you hear what I said? Speak louder. I can't hear you. The spiritual beast commander took a step forward and stood next to the guard who was panting heavily on the ground. It looked down at him with a cold and condescending gaze. Lord Commander, please spare me. What he meant was that although the prisoners in the prison can't be released at will, Lord Commander is different. As long as you say the word, whether you want to kill or torture these prisoners, release or keep them, it's all up to you. The other guard who was kicked hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. As long as he could live, he didn't care what the spiritual beast commander wanted to do. You mean that I'm tyrannical and broke the rules? You want to settle the score with me after this matter is over? The spiritual beast commander turned to look at the guard, and his tone became colder. No, I definitely didn't mean it that way. The guard trembled and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, afraid that he would follow in his comrade's footsteps. The spiritual beast commander snorted coldly but didn't say anything else. The frightened guard suddenly had an idea. He clapped his hands and said to Lin Yi, Master Lin, there's nothing wrong with your friend. I'll bring him out immediately and hand him over to you. Some of their things are also here, but the spirit jades and the like have already been handed over. I can't return them to your friend. Hearing the guard's words, the spirit beast commander's expression became a lot better. It felt like it had regained some face in front of Lin Yi. It nodded slightly to the guard, indicating that he had done a good job. Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, They are not my friends. Forget about the spirit jades, but I do need to get those things back. The guard immediately felt a little awkward. If he wasn't your friend, then why the F***ck did you get involved? If he wanted something, he should have just said so. Those extras were only worth 2 million spirit jades. Even if he took them away and left them behind, he wouldn't be held responsible. The spiritual beast commander was also a little confused. Since he wasn't Lin Yi's friend, why did he have to mention him? But it didn't matter. It was just a small favor anyway. Since he had given it, then so be it. The guard stole a glance at the spirit beast commander. When he saw that the spirit beast commander didn't say anything, he immediately turned around and went into the prison to bring Zheng Dongjue and the others out. He also brought the items that were left inside. Lin Yi, Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianqing saw that apart from Li Zaoi, Lin Yi was also here to ransom them. They immediately felt ashamed. They were so embarrassed that their enemies had seen them in such a sorry state. Have you all been well here? Lin Yi looked at the two people from the Zheng family with a mocking expression. He didn't really want to kick them when they were down, but it was a rare opportunity. It was quite interesting to mock these two annoying fellows. Zheng Dongjue and Zheng Tianqing turned their heads at the same time, pretending not to hear or see Lin Yi. However, they still greeted Li Zaoi politely and thanked her for coming in time to ransom them. I didn't ransom you. It was Lin Yi who came to rescue you. Li Zaoi's expression was calm as she said to the two people. The two people from the Zheng family looked at Lin Yi in surprise. They couldn't understand why this enemy would be so kind as to save them. Could it be that he wanted to laugh at them and mock them? What are you looking at? Do you think that I saved you for nothing? Give me back the spiritual jades, 50 million. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and shook his 5 fingers, indicating that he had used 50 million spiritual jades to ransom them. The guard at the side was speechless. So you're here to take the ransom into your own pocket? Can't you have a bottom line? At least wait until you leave here to discuss it. Don't say it in front of the person who could have received the ransom. Zheng Dongjue and the others didn't doubt it. After all, they were the ones who told Li Zaoi the 50 million spiritual jades. However, how could they be willing to give 50 million spiritual jades to Lin Yi? What's more, they didn't even have a piece of spiritual jades with them now. What could they use to pay the debt? Lin Yi, don't lie to us. With your relationship with us, how could you take out 50 million spiritual jades to ransom us? This must be Master Li Zaoi's spiritual jades, right? We will naturally return them to Master Li Zaoi later. Don't think about stealing our spiritual jades. Zheng Tianqing didn't want to give the spiritual jades to Lin Yi no matter what, so he immediately began to act like a rogue. I didn't give you a piece of spiritual jades. Li Zaoi once again said lightly to clear herself. What she said was also the truth, but she didn't say half of it. Zheng Tianqing was suddenly speechless. Li Zaoi came with Lin Yi, so it was simply wishful thinking for him to use Li Zaoi to deal with Lin Yi. Stop talking nonsense. 50 million spiritual jades, hurry up, don't try to renege on the debt. Lin Yi knew that they didn't have spiritual jades with them, so he deliberately spoke to them. It was also quite interesting to see their embarrassed faces. What's wrong with reneging on the debt? I will renege on the debt. What can you do to me? Zheng Tianqing made up his mind and simply carried out the great cause of being a rogue to the end. Zheng Dongjue and the rest of the people of Alchemy Hall stood aside and didn't speak, letting Zheng Tianqing and Lin Yi talk nonsense. You really renege on the debt? No problem, then you can continue to stay inside. Lin Yi smiled slightly and turned to the guard, saying, I'm sorry, please send them back. Maybe someone will come to redeem them in the future, but definitely not today. The guard was overjoyed. If he could bring these people back, his responsibility would be reduced by half. If he could really receive the ransom, it was not a big deal to lose some small things. Master Lin, don't worry, it's not troublesome at all. I will bring them back now. The guard bowed and said with a smile. Then he pulled the chain in his hand and said coldly, "Let's go, what are you looking at? Go back to prison and reflect on yourself." Chapter 61-68. The question was, why could Lin Yi order the spiritual beasts to do things? Was he related to the spiritual beasts? Moreover, it was a very powerful relationship. Otherwise, ordinary spiritual beasts wouldn't have the right to order other spiritual beasts around. "Lin Yi, let's talk this out. We will definitely return the spiritual jades we owe you. However, we don't have any more spiritual jades to give you now. When we return to Middle Island, we will definitely return the 50 million spiritual jades." Zhang Dongjue quickly admitted defeat. He didn't want to be locked up in prison again. With his age, he wouldn't be able to last long after his strength was sealed. It was just 50 million spiritual jades here. Vice Hall Master Zhang is really good with words. Since you said you will return it, then write an IOU first. Lin Yi's lips curled up as he looked at Zhang Dongjue with a playful smile. Zhang Dongjue was a man of his word. At this time he didn't hesitate at all and nodded his head in agreement. As for the leftovers from these people, Lin Yi wasn't very interested. He just took the directional jade plate and left the rest for them to deal with. "Master Lin, the matter here has come to an end. I wonder if you have time. Let me treat you to a meal, shall we?" The spiritual beast commander smiled and cupped his fists towards Lin Yi. This time he had done Lin Yi a favor. It would be better if they could deepen their relationship. Lin Yi also cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help this time, Lord Commander. I was supposed to treat you to a meal, but I have something important to do now. I must leave Weiwan City immediately. I can only thank you next time." The spiritual beast commander was slightly stunned. However, he didn't think that Lin Yi wasn't giving him face. Anyway, he had already done the favor. It didn't matter whether he ate the meal or not. "Master Lin, is there anything urgent? Is there anything you need help with? In Weiwan waters, I still have some ability." The spiritual beast commander said confidently. If he could really help, it would be another favor. His relationship with Lin Yi couldn't be bad. "I'd already left Velvet City, but I rushed back because I received their distress call. I'm very grateful for your concern, Commander, but I don't think you'll be able to help me with my matters." Lin Yi smiled faintly as he gave a brief explanation before turning down the spirit beast commander's good intentions. "In that case, I won't hold Master Lin any longer. If you need me in the future, feel free to let me know. When you arrive at Weiwan City, be sure to come and have a drink with me." The spiritual beast commander laughed and said. Lin Yi naturally had to entertain him. After leaving the prison, Lin Yi took Li Zhaoyi, Languza, and the others directly to the direction of the dock. Since the jade plate was in his hands, he naturally wouldn't care about Zhang Dongjue and the others. Although there were other people in the Dan Hall, they were all guest guards. They didn't have any real power in the Dan Hall. Basically, they were Zhang Dongjue's people. Therefore, Lin Yi didn't need to care about their face. When searching for ruins, Lin Yi definitely wouldn't bring the two people from the Zhang family. Unfortunately, Zhang Dongjue's jade plate was taken away by Lin Yi. How could he get rid of them so easily? "Lin Yi, that jade plate belongs to our Dan Hall. You have to return it to me." Seeing that Lin Yi and the others were about to reach the dock, Zhang Dongjue couldn't help but quickly step forward to stop Lin Yi and stretch out his hand to ask for the jade plate. "Boss, this old man is really shameless. It's obviously ours, but he actually said it's his. Can I beat him up?" Languza's eyes lit up. He quickly came forward to scold Zhang Dongjue. Hoping to have a good fight, Zhang Dongjue's face changed. He had no choice but to ask for the jade plate. He was very clear about the combat power of Lin Yi's side. It was really not something that the 8 of them could fight against. If they fought, Languza could probably sweep the whole place by himself. Therefore, it was better to avoid fighting. "No, Lin Yi, listen to me. Isn't the ransom 50 million? This 50 million also includes our things. Since I gave you 50 million spirit jade on the IOU, then the jade plate naturally belongs to us, right? We're all reputable people in Middle Island, so we still have to talk about this, right?" Zhang Dongjue quickly waved his hand to stop Languza. At the same time, he laid out the facts and said everything. Lin Yi was slightly startled. Zhang Dongjue's words made sense. Since he had written an IOU, then the things that he had redeemed should indeed belong to them. The jade plate belongs to the Dan Hall, and it was brought back by Lin Yi. I said that it's fine for him to hold it. Do you have any other questions? Li Xiaoyi suddenly said coldly, causing Zhang Dongjue to choke. As the chief alchemist of the Dan Hall, he was indeed qualified to hold the jade plate. Li Xiaoyi and Lin Yi were together, so it was the same no matter who held it. Furthermore, Zhang Dongjue and the others couldn't keep the jade plate, and now they wanted to take it back. How could there be such a good thing? Master Li Xiao, of course it's not a problem for you to want the jade plate. Didn't you already take one before? Okay, we don't want the jade plate, but exploring the ruins is an important operation of the Dan Hall. Everyone should be together, right? Zhang Dongjue first pointed out that Li Xiaoyi already had a jade plate, and then he asked to follow Lin Yi and the others to the ruins. Li Xiaoyi was very unwilling, but they took out the righteous name of the Dan Hall, so it was not convenient for her to refuse. She could only look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no choice. If it wasn't for Li Xiaoyi, he wouldn't have abandoned the two idiots of the Zhang family. Now he had to consider Li Xiaoyi's position. Follow me, but if you encounter any danger, you'll be responsible for it. I won't save you. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Dongjue and Zhang Tianqing with a playful smile. The ruins were not simple. Just the golden-haired ape puppet guarding the door was already at the early stage of earth opening. After entering the stone door, who knew how many dangers they would encounter? To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Lin Yi this time, these people from the Dan Hall wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Of course, Master Lin doesn't need to worry about safety. Zhang Dongjue clenched his teeth and smiled. In fact, he didn't think that they would really encounter much danger. It was just the ruins of an alchemist. How dangerous could it be? By the way, you said in the message that you have something to tell me. What is it? Li Xiaoyi suddenly thought of this and immediately looked at Zhang Dongjue.